Just attack like killer, let these critics say yes to.
Yeah, Game Changers.
Ooh. So that was an awesome movie, and we have another amazing speaker, and everyone's a little crazy today, so he is going to calm you.
Before you introduce, we got a couple minutes. How about you tell everybody what's going on? Like, what are the features here at the event?
So what are the features here at the event? Water refills at the water fountain over there, restrooms there. There is a photo wall over there. The screen is right here, and behind the screen, there's a playground. Over there on the center glass, there's yoga, and to the right of that, there's music. So there's a whole bunch of stuff. There's awesome vendors. There's electric cars that you can test drive even. So, all right, so now we have our next speaker.
There's the ocean. You hear that ocean? I hear that.
Jeez, I wonder where the ocean is. Okay. So, next up we have Zizo opening meditation. Zizo.
We're not quite ready.
We're not quite ready.
We're still a few minutes ahead of time. What time is it right now? We got 2 minutes, a minute and a half. So you let us know more about what's going on for a minute and a half.
How's it going, everybody? Welcome to Ocala Veg Fest. As Evan just said, my name is Zizo. I'll be leading an opening meditation for today's event. Just a little activity to center ourselves, to ground ourselves, just arriving into the present to a greater degree. So if you would like to join, I invite you to begin to get comfortable wherever you are, whether you're standing or whether you're seated. Just beginning to take a few moments to look within. And if you're participating for today's meditation, perhaps beginning to close the eyes, or simply lowering the gaze down towards the ground. Allowing all external stimuli to simply pass you by. Just allowing it to be, allowing it to flow freely. As we inhale deeply, belly button moving away from the spine. And as we exhale steadily, contracting the core. Inhaling slowly. And exhaling fully. Inhaling a complete breath, feeling the spine rise towards sky. And exhaling a smooth and steady breath, settling into the presence to a greater degree. As we begin to bring our awareness to the top crown of the head, simply being aware of this space here. As our awareness begins to lower down through the forehead and through the back of the head, through the eyes and eye sockets, down the bridge of the nose, through the lips, and to the mouth, to the teeth and through the gums, arriving to the tongue, connecting to sensations in the body which exist in the present. As we take a full inhalation, bringing awareness to the throat, to the neck. As awareness begins to spread through the shoulders and down the arms, through biceps and triceps, past the elbows and through the forearms, beyond the wrists, past the palms and to the fingertips. As we inhale fully, and as we exhale completely, bringing awareness back up to the chest. As we inhale, feeling the chest expand, pushing forward. And as we exhale, the chest recoiling back to its spine. We inhale steadily, feeling belly button moving away, awareness at the core. And as we exhale fully, spreading awareness throughout the back, through lower back, mid-back, and upper back. As we inhale smoothly, awareness lowering down to the hips and to the pelvis. Lowering down through the thighs and hamstrings, to the knees. Inhaling fully, awareness through the calves and shins, to the ankles and through the soles of the feet, to the toes. As we inhale slowly, and as we exhale fully. Now with a whole body awareness, perhaps scanning the body from the toes up to the crown of the head and back down once again. Scanning through the body, noticing sensations as they rise and pass. Connecting more deeply into the present moment. Settling into this space of peace. As we inhale fully, and as we exhale slowly, perhaps beginning to bring our awareness to the heart center, to the center of the chest. As we begin to cultivate perhaps a sense of excitement, a sense of anticipation or joy here at the center of the chest, at the heart center. As we breathe into this space of full inhalation, our joy expanding, and a deep exhalation, settling into that joy to a greater degree. Inhaling deeply into our excitement for today's festivities, and exhaling deeply, embodying that excitement to a greater degree. As we inhale slowly into the heart center one final time, perhaps reflecting on one thing you're grateful for, whether big or small, simply reflecting and connecting to that thing, that object of gratitude. Allowing that sensation, that feeling and emotion to stay with you throughout today's events and beyond. As we inhale completely, and as we exhale fully, turning back to the external, perhaps slowly beginning to open the eyes once again. And with this, we conclude today's opening meditation with peace, with love, and with namaste.
All right. Well, I hope everyone enjoyed that. I hope everyone is having a nice day now. But so next, we have an outstanding speaker. But first, I just want to mention something. I have my booth over there, and we sell reusable straws and pins and hats and all that stuff. And we just got a whole bunch of new reusable straws, so make sure to check that out. And then over there on the center grass, all the way at the end now, on the center grass, they have, right now actually, starting a yoga class. And they're having another one at 2 when Dr. Klaper's speaking. But so, now, our next outstanding speaker is Nikki Benoit.
Thank you, Evan. Thank you, Zizo, for that beautiful meditation. Oh, so yummy. And thank you to the aPlantBasedDiet.org team, the tribe who puts these festivals on. What a treat to have them. It's a second annual here in Ocala. So join me in a big round of applause for the team that made today possible, and to all the vendors on the right side of the love-based revolution supporting the shift, right? We're in the middle of a major shift in the human landscape. So, and it's cold, and there's a virus out there. So, what I'm knowing is that it's never been more valuable and important to do what Zizo led us in, which is this meditation, this mindfulness, this calm, this inner space of stillness. That's where our power is. And my talk today is going to be on how to cultivate that, how to strengthen your own personal, unshakable stillness and power and guidance. So, I have been vegan 13 years, and I went vegan living in Florida down in the Clearwater area, just after, I was in college at the University of Florida. But my life really boomed in the animal advocacy world living in the Clearwater area. And what I learned by way of taking the leap of looking at how humans treat animals, finally letting myself look at the way we treat them, it opened up something inside of me that I didn't anticipate. It opened up my heart in a way that I didn't know was closed. I didn't realize that I was shut off of not just animals, but a certain area of the human race as well. I didn't know that until I finally let myself look at animals. And it started at Busch Gardens in Tampa. Has anyone been to Busch Gardens? The theme park? Yeah. There are animals in this place, and it's pretty common to see animals in a facility like this. And I've been to zoos. This was about 20 years ago. But for some reason, on this particular day, I was watching the silverback gorilla exhibit, and this beautiful, majestic male looked so sad and miserable. And for whatever reason, it really struck me on this one particular day. I felt it in my heart, it was like a major gut blow. I'm like, why is this animal here? I should be in Africa seeing somebody this amazing. Why is he pulled from his home and living in a cage in Tampa, Florida, listening to cotton candy machines and roller coasters? And something inside of me shifted. And from that moment on, I became dedicated to doing whatever I had to do to help animals no longer live in cages, even if it was for conservation, for their benefits, to keep them safe. I thought, yeah, no, that's like a double insult. We're going to destroy your habitat and I'll take away your freedom. And I'm like, yeah, no. So I'm arguing with my friends, no one's understanding me, and I'm just feeling like I need to do this on my own. I'll find a way to help wildlife without the help of my friends. So I went to the University of Florida in the wildlife program, and I'm learning some of the most heartbreaking and gut-wrenching information about how animal agriculture is the leading cause of environmental destruction. And I was so bummed because I loved eating meat and dairy. Like, I didn't want to be a vegetarian at all, but I cared about wildlife. I cared about nature. And I thought, well, there's no way I can care about wildlife and nature and eat animals. I was so bummed, but I didn't. I still had the belief that cows, pigs, turkeys, chickens, and fish were food. They were here to be food, period. End of discussion. Like, it wasn't even on my radar. Still a good person, but it just wasn't on my radar. So I went vegetarian, and in 10 months, this guy named Gary Yourofsky came to speak at my school. Has anybody heard of Gary Yourofsky?
Yeah.
So he came to speak at my school on ethical veganism, and I thought, vegan's too extreme. So unhealthy, and I'll be tired, and I'll be miserable, I won't get mayonnaise. Like, I thought vegan was just too much. So he's giving a talk on ethical veganism, and he's clearly showing the connection between how we treat women in humanity, reduce them to the value of their body parts, just like we do egg-laying hens and cows for dairy. And he did it in such a way that was, I was letting myself see. I was disinvested in the industry by being a vegetarian already, so my guard was down. All the new information he was delivering, I was letting it in. I didn't turn away or get defensive. I was like, okay, what has he got? And I finally let myself feel so deeply. I'm like, well, I can't. I can no longer support an industry that's doing that. And again, it's not because I wasn't choosing to be mean to the animals. It was I was choosing to not feel the reality of it. So that's a point that took many years for me to accept. So anyway, I'm vegan now and realize that my degree in wildlife ecology and conservation isn't going to get me where I think I need to go, and that is to help human beings fall in love with their lunch. I realize the only way humanity is going to get on course to living on this planet with all life is if we look at our food in a completely new way, because I believe we are pinching off our hearts in order to support what it takes to get meat, milk, and eggs onto a plate and into our body. I believe fully that it's not an inherent dysfunction in a person. It's because we are unconsciously pinching off our hearts. And there's many other ways that shows up. So anyway, I'm learning all this, and now that my heart's so open, I'm getting really depressed. The more I see, the more pain I'm feeling. And I'm just and I'm like, I don't even like hanging out with myself. Like, I was such a Debbie Downer everywhere I go. And I'm just talking about all the problems in the world, and I just felt like my life was too heavy, and then I knew I couldn't live like that. I knew my outreach was going to be negatively affected. I knew I wasn't going to have any friends left besides the other angry vegans who were also drinking like crazy with me because we couldn't handle the reality. Like this, I can't live like this. And I heard of Colleen Patrick Boudreau. Has anybody heard of her? She's the Joyful Vegan. She's a chef. She lives out in Berkeley, or Oakland. And I was listening to her podcast, and that opened up something for me. It was how to become joyful in a non-vegan world. And I didn't think that was possible. But what I learned through her and through others is it's a personal choice. We have to make a conscious choice and how we're going to show up. We think there's so many problems out there. They're mounting. It's getting bigger. It's getting deeper. What we're seeing is the byproduct of what was. What we're seeing played out right here is a byproduct of what was. We have to trust inside and love and know that every step we're taking with love as our reasons, it's rippling out in a way that we can't see yet, but that trust that we hold is going to help maintain the momentum. Again, what we're seeing right now is on what was. There's more momentum in the dysfunction and the closed hearts. There's more time invested in that way. We're seeing the byproduct now. We're seeing stores, markets, demand is growing for plant-based alternative. We're seeing love as more of a conversation. So it's about us as individuals trusting in them. So as my path kept going, I was trying to find joy and peace. I discovered meditation. And I learned there's no way I'm moving forward without it. That led to a whole realm of spiritual awareness. Understanding that everything is energy, vibrating at different frequencies. Love, if you think about it, vibrates off the charts. Everything is love. Fear is the complete opposite of that. Vibrates really low. And when we having emotions, they have a vibration. When we're walking around in love, we're at our most powerful, creative potential. We are able to soften the body to heal. We have ideas that are going to transform. We have a way of being of service that inspires and uplifts others. When you're living in this higher vibration of love, that is when major changes take place. When we stay in the lower vibration of fear, we're joining the problem. The problem started down here. All the illusions of separation, the disconnects, the us versus them. Anything based on fear is down here in the lower vibrations. And that's where diseases happen. That's where pollution happens. That's where violence, greed, all the suffering of humans and animals alike happen down here when the vibration of fear is what is driving you forward. So what I learned by way of listening to and feeling the truth of energy is that I had to do whatever it took to get me up here and stay in a place of love. And it's not easy, as you know, when you see how much pain and suffering is going on in the world. It's not easy. But I promise you this, if you're here in a human suit, you did not sign up for easy. There's more potential in your pinky than what we've seen on the human landscape. We are each sitting on a gold mine of potential that we do not even know we have. And where's the motivation to access it if you're not stressed out, freaked out, or feel pressured to do it, right? I mean, we're creatures of habit. If you think about it, we take the same route to work, we buy the same food, we do the same thing all the time. Everything is basically a program. We're repeating behaviors just because it's comfortable and it's easier. So making this shift to doing things based on love takes an initial breakaway from the pattern, but then you can start to build new momentum and start to create a new way. So when I was living still down in the Clearwater area, I worked for Vegan Outreach. Has anybody heard of Vegan Outreach? They're actually tabling here today. Where I was on my path, I felt like their form of outreach was the only thing I felt good doing. So they hired me to move to Los Angeles. And I was a Southern California outreach coordinator, handing out flyers on college campuses showing people what happens to animals. It's just the most honest and quick and to the point outreach I could imagine. So I was there for so long, and I started working with a shaman who was helping me with my energy healing work. And it came to me that the only reason there is pain and suffering on the outside is because human beings have that pain and suffering inside. Everything is a reflection. Everything. Relationships, environment, viruses, everything is reflecting something to us. And it will continue and get louder until we get the message it's trying to deliver. And so what I became very clear of is that if I want to help animals, I have to help elevate the frequency. I have to help elevate those who are unintentionally causing animals to suffer. And how do I do that? Help humans love themselves. Pretty confident, even to this day, in saying that most human beings are lacking in self-love in some way. And that's not a judgment. I'm in this camp as well. But we live in a culture that is designed to make you feel like you're not enough. You have to buy this or do that in order to be valuable. You have to work all these hours and do all these things in order to be valuable. So of course, we're walking around just thinking, how am I going to make it through another day? Who do I have to show up as in order to be liked? What do I have to do in order to be accepted? So how many of us are even living our authentic life? When we're living in a state of defense, which is in this fear space down here, we're not open to the wisdom and the ideas that are up here in the love-based area. And these are the solutions that we need, you guys. We're living in a world based on a bunch of pillars and decisions and structures based on fear and greed. Greed comes from fear. Fear and separation. That's the world that has been created and that we're all a part of right now. And it's starting to crumble because enough people have made a declaration to love. There's more people intending to live in these higher vibrations of love. And when you do that, fear can't stay. You can't have both. So all the structures built on fear are starting to crumble. And they're going to fight. They're not going to go down willingly. They're going to fight to try to stay alive. And we're seeing that on the global stage right now. All these old programs and infrastructures and governments, if they're not built on authenticity and love, spotlight is on them, and they're starting to crumble, and they're panicking. So we're building this plane as we fly it. We don't know what a love-based world is going to look like. We don't know how exchange is going to happen. We don't know health care. We don't know how to feed it. We don't know what it's going to look like to live in a world based on inclusivity. We've never done it before. That's why it is imperative that we build a relationship with our intuition. Your inner guidance is your wisdom. Your heart is your GPS. And it's not going to look like what the guy next to you is doing. It's not going to look like what you did last Thursday. It's not going to look what your parents told you need to do. Everyone has their own unique inner pull. And that, my friends, is the loudest and most valuable voice that you need to listen to. And that's what I learned on my path. When I was doing all this energy healing work and I realized humans need to love themselves, I shifted my gears from doing activism to doing intivism. Because I felt like if we're out here doing all this activism, which is necessary, but if we haven't, so basically like mopping up an overflowing bathtub. If we're out here mopping up the overflowing bathtub, which you need to do, but we haven't turned the faucet off yet, it's just going to keep flowing and we're just going to keep mopping. So how are we going to turn the faucet off? Stop it at the source. There are 7.7 billion human beings on this planet. And if we started living in a place of love, we're not going to make choices that cause suffering for others. We can't monitor everybody. But if we start holding that light of love, we walk around with that light of love, we have ideas and take actions, very important, on behalf of love, we are diffusing drama everywhere we go. But if we look at people who are hurting animals, or hurting humans, or hurting the planet, and we judge them, and we shake our fingers, and we get angry, and we try to fight them, if you look at the laws of physics, what you fight, you strengthen. We know that, we've heard that, and it's playing out in real time. When we just attack and fight without love as our guidance, we're adding energy to the force that we want to see stop. So what I was working on doing on my own path was building a relationship with my inner guidance that would get clear and strong, and I would know what actions to take that would be in my highest good. I made a decision that I was only going to do what felt good in my heart. I made a loud and clear decision. Anything or any person that didn't feel like a love-based connection, I was no longer going to participate in, so my relationships changed pretty quickly. That's another byproduct of this. Not always for the bad. Like, when you decide that you're going to live in a place of love for yourself and others, two things are going to happen to your relationships. Number one, the people around you will either shift to rise up with you. They'll be like, oh, it's cool up here in the vibe of love. I like this. So they'll shift with you. Or they will be so irritated by your presence, they can't stand to be around you. Because your angels are disturbing their demons. That's just the way energy works. So that's it. And either way you win. You're winning on both ways. So, living by my inner wisdom, I started to take these perspectives of only doing what was based on love, and the universe literally rearranged to support me, and I'll tell you a quick story. One of the examples, I had to write a book about it. It was incredibly miraculous, so things that happened to support me. Once I made this declaration, I'm like, this is unreal. You can't make this up. So I had to write a book. They're on the aPlantBasedDiet.org table if you're interested. But so I was sitting with friends on a Sunday night, and I was so miserable. This is when it all started to fall apart. I was so miserable. My house, my roommates were crazy, and even my cats hated it there. And my job was miserable. I was working at a really great vegan restaurant in Los Angeles, but the employees were miserable. I'm like, I'm miserable. I'm sitting in my car crying. I just didn't know what to do. My life was falling apart. I had no answers. I had nowhere to go. I didn't have enough money to move. Oh, I'm so miserable. I'm like, you know what? My friend's like, you need to just say, F it, and walk. You just need to go. Walk out of that house. I'm like, I have stuff. I have 2 cats. I can't just get up and live in my car with my cats. Like, I just can't. And then I had this epiphany. I'm like, wait a second. I'm a vegan activist in Los Angeles. There's a gazillion people here that will take care of my cats if I need help. Okay. My stuff at this point can be trash. I'm happy to throw it away. I'm so miserable, I don't even care. And people live messy lives all the time. People get backpacks and go to Europe for a month or two. Like, I can figure something out here. I'm not living in this little glass jar. Something can happen that I'm not living in this state of misery. So I had this aha moment, and it felt so good in my heart. I'm like, wow, I have an answer. Finally, it was so painful that now I have an answer. I went to bed that night and slept so good. I was all cozy. I'm like, yay, I'm going to my miserable job tomorrow, but I have a solution. I'm so excited. I'm going to get off work, send emails to my friends, and I'm going to get a home for my cats, and I'm going to be, I don't know, living in my car, but I'll be so happy. So I made a decision. I go to bed. I wake up. I go to work. I get a text message from one of my animal activist buddies, Eric Dirdorf, who worked for PETA. He was on his bike. It was raining. His bike wheel slipped on the paint of the street. He fell off his bike, cracked his hip, and is now in the emergency room. Okay, horrible. I was working at his favorite vegan restaurant. I was like, Derek, I got you. I'll bring you your favorite sandwich. We'll hang out in the ER, so we'll visit. I bring him his favorite sandwich. I'm an energy healer. I do Reiki, so I'm giving him a Reiki session. We're chatting. He's telling me everything. He's like, so what's up with you? I'm like, well, actually my life's pretty miserable right now. It's kind of falling apart. I don't know where I'm going to live. I'm going to take my cat somewhere, but I'll figure it out. And he's like, Nikki, I just cracked my hip. I have to learn how to walk again. It's going to take me at least 3 months, and I have to go to rehab. My apartment's on the 2nd floor. I can't go home. Why don't you just go there? I was like, Eric, that's amazing, but you live on the Sunset Strip in Los Angeles. I can't afford your apartment. He's like, Nikki, it's paid for. And he threw me his keys. I was like, did that just happen? And he's like, I was fostering cats, so there's cat toys and food and a litter box. And I was like, where's Ashton Kutcher? I'm being punked right now. This can't be happening. You guys, this continued to happen for 19 months. Different things would line up to catch my landing foot as I stepped into the abyss of nothingness. Why? Because I was committed to love, committed to knowing that there was always something better than the misery of what I was currently living in. There's always something better. It's our mind that's insisting on going down the same track, doing the same thing. But I've always done it this way. And that's why you're miserable. We need to do it a new way. It's only stories in the mind that we have to soften. That's the easy and the hard part. So those types of things continue to happen to me because I was listening to the inner guidance and I was making it a non-negotiable that love was my bottom line. I want to give everybody a great tool today on how you too can begin listening to this inner guidance of yours. So if you're able, free your hands, uncross your limbs. We're going to do an exercise called Yes, No. And you're going to start to build a relationship with your inner GPS, your personal inner 8-ball. So closing your eyes, please. Go inside your person. And just start to feel into the center of your chest. Just see what it feels like in the center of your heart. And now we're going to say in your mind something where the answer is yes. So you're going to ask your heart, what does a yes feel like? What does it feel like? Sometimes you might even see something, but just ask, what does it feel like in my heart when something is a yes? So maybe say your name, say your favorite food, your favorite, your pet's name, whatever. Just say, for me, my name is Nikki, saying it to myself, and you'll see what a yes feels like. Okay, now, see, if it's really subtle or nothing's there, don't worry about it. This is something that builds with time. Now we're going to go on to the no. Go into the no. What's a no? Like, if you don't like mushrooms, I love mushrooms, and see what a no feels like. Just really ask your heart, what does a no feel like? And get really still. You don't have to push. Just be really subtle and gentle, and notice if you feel a difference. Sometimes there's a contracted kind of a feeling, like a tightening. And you can play with this whenever. And it's a great way to start building it by even going to your wardrobe before you leave the house in the morning. What does my intuition want me to wear today? So you take this practice home with you and kind of play with it and see if anything starts to develop. In time it will, like all muscles, they build with time. So, how am I doing on time, gentlemen? How am I doing on time? 12 minutes, perfect, okay. So, did anybody want to share anything from that exercise? And just know that what you experience will help somebody else if you do share. Does anyone have anything they want to... What did you feel? What did you see? I know, talking public sucks. I actually love it now. I didn't used to. So that's another side effect, you guys, is if something feels good to you, if it feels like a yes, like if you really feel drawn to do something, there's a reason for it. There's a reason for it, and don't discount it. I'm really passionate about animals, and that passion that I have about speaking for them led me down a road of gaining more skills, expanding more of my own powers, and healing myself. When I first went vegan, I was like, I can live off potato chips and peanut butter, no problem. But I realized I was inspired by Gary Yourofsky. He was big on bodybuilding and being healthy. He's like, you gotta look good as a vegan because people are watching you. I'm like, you're right. I have to start eating salads. I didn't like salad. I didn't want salads in my life. I did not want vegetables. I would kick them off my bacon cheeseburger because I just didn't want vegetables. But because I was taking actions on behalf of love for the animals, I accidentally started loving myself. And then I accidentally started loving humans. And then this whole party started. And then now I'm doing something that makes me come alive. I'm so activated and engaged and enthusiastic about it. And that is contagious. If you're living the life that you're living and it doesn't activate you, it's not your life. You're either living someone else's life, or there are thought processes happening in your mind that are muting it from really becoming an enlivening process for you. So it's a good thing to start asking yourself a lot of questions. There's so many other things I want to share, and I'm derailing myself. Okay. So the takeaways. Also, what's it gonna look like when you start living a life based on intuition? It's gonna be scary. Fear is gonna come up. Fear is very loud and very seductive. I realized when my life was crumbling, it's because I had built a life based on fear-based choices. Most people do. And we're seeing the effects of that, right? So our relationship to fear is one of the most valuable relationships that you can ever improve. And that is because we have been taught to stay away from anything scary, to fight anything scary. But my invitation to you is to love everything that is scary. If you think of the shadow aspects, the shadow is what's behind you that you're walking away from all the time, but your shadow is a part of you. And the same with society. Our culture has a shadow. We have parts of humanity that are so unsavory that we turn our backs on it because we don't even want to acknowledge that it exists. Racism, sexism, nationalism. We have all these isms. We have all these symptoms of separation that are so unattractive and so ugly that we just don't want to look at them. We resist them, we reject them. But again, back to the laws of physics, what you fight, you strengthen. What you resist persists because you're putting your energy in it to fight it or push it away. We have to, if we want to move forward, rather than chasing our tails with all the drama, this election cycle's a problem, next election cycle's back and forth, you guys. We're just back and forth from one miserable party to the next, right? If we want to move forward from this chasing our tail pattern, the only way to do that is to stop running, face it, look at it, look at every nook and cranny. Why do I hate this? Why is this so uncomfortable for me? Become intimately related to the dark side. The dark side is just as true and part of life as the light is. We like to reject what we think is unacceptable. Again, but by rejecting it, we're growing it. We're strengthening and reinforcing it. The only way forward, I promise you, it sounds so cliche, but love is all there is. Love is the answer for all the things. If love is not the answer, then I misunderstood the question. Is that how that quote goes? I don't know. Something like that. But yeah, ultimately, love is the only thing that is. So looking at our own private life. Again, so back to the point that I made where everything's a reflection. We as individuals play a huge part in what's happening out there, not because of our being out there and protesting and what we purchase, very valuable, yes, but everything out here is a reflection of what's happening on our inner landscape as well. Where are you rejecting yourself? Where are you avoiding parts of yourself, your own shadow, that you haven't wanted to look at, that you've been denying, that you've been trying to hide from yourself and others? We are only going to become the instruments of healing that we know this planet needs when we start to open up and embrace our own aspects that have been rejected. That is the only way to walk on this planet in a way that no longer creates the challenges that we're seeing. We are each energetically contributing to the struggles that we're seeing. Once we're living in this intuitive place, you guys, joy becomes bigger. And synchronicities, these are helpful encounters of your friend with a cracked hip needing someone and you needing a place to stay. Like synchronicities like that are the norm. Life is helpful. Support is part of your daily experience. Fun new people, like, wow, I just made this new friend and we have all the same interests. That's because you're now up here in this vibration of love and your point of attraction is now exactly the truth of you rather than down here in the fear where we are still creating and attracting things that are part of what we're no longer interested in participating in anymore. I'm getting ready to wrap up. Does anybody have any questions or comments about intuition and love-led living? We have an amazing festival today. You got, wait. No one's going anywhere until we talk self-care. All right, I'm going to be out here in a couple minutes, but self-care needs to be a new non-negotiable. Women especially, when you have kids, it is so common to deny ourselves and make the kids receive all of our time and energy. It seems like a natural biological need, but we need to, as a species, make self-care our number one priority. That doesn't necessarily mean spending all day at a spa. It means saying no. If you're feeling overspent or pulled and pushed, or you're feeling obligated, like you have to do this thing for this person because they just did this thing for you, but you don't feel like it, say no. Because if it doesn't feel good for you to be there, it's not good for them to have you there. There's a reason it doesn't feel good for you to be there. Honor that. Start to listen to your feeling state. That's the answer that gets us on a path to creating a reality and having access to ideas that transform worlds. From a place of love of self, we dissolve drama, and we are of authentic love and service to others. We don't have expectations. We're inspiring others to care for themselves and also live from a place of light. So, any questions or comments? Let's all remember to wash our, what's that? I love you, Terry. I did not pay her to say that, although I will you so much. Okay, guys, again, my name is Nikki, and I have my books down over at the aPlantBasedDiet.org table if you want to see one, check it out. Live an inspired life, love yourself, and the rest is on you.
All right, thank you, Nikki. I really love your talk. It's very inspirational. So thank you for being here. Okay, Evan, you're taking over.
Okay. All right. So, my name's Vegan Evan. My mom and I are about to be doing a talk, but as you know, probably I'm a vegan rapper. I did my raps earlier, but I want to do my raps again. So who wants to hear my rap? You do? All right. Then I guess I'll do it. All right. Vegan Evan is my name. Saving animals is my game. I like to be vegan and you will too. So go vegan is the best you can do. I don't eat meat and I don't eat eggs. I don't eat anything that has legs. Yeah, you heard. I don't eat chicken tofu flesh. Instead I eat food rich that are fresh. I don't eat or drink anything that's good, so I'll definitely don't do dairy. Hey, my friends, I got something to tell. I got tips that'll help stay well. Now is the time to go vegan. It'll help you feel healthy again. Not only will it help you, it'll help the ecosystem too. What about the poor, cows, pigs, and hens? Don't think children are first, they have families, friends, and feelings too. They want to live just like me and you. So go vegan is the best thing to do. It'll help you, the animals, and the environment too. Save yourselves and plants and animals and go vegan. Green rapper, vegan Evan, out. Okay. So next we have another outstanding, amazing, awesome speaker who is also an awesome mom, and I know that for a fact because the next speaker is my mom, Shannon Blair, and we're going to be talking about a whole bunch of stuff, including carnism and activism. So give it up for my mom.
Hello everyone, welcome to the Ocala Veg Fest. We're really excited to be here. We were here last year as well. And so we're going to talk about a few things today. And if you have any questions, we would love to answer them. So, could you please put your hand up if you're already vegan? Awesome. And so for those of you who are not vegan yet, we're really happy that you're here. And so yeah, we're going to talk about our vegan story first. So it started a really long time ago, way before Vegan Evan was born. And he wasn't born vegan, but we'll get to that in a minute. So I was raised with a lot of empathy and compassion, especially by my mom. I'm from upstate New York. And when I was a little girl, I remember my mom pulling ticks out of me and her talking about how sad she felt for those ticks and that they couldn't help that they were born ticks and that it was really unfortunate that they had to come across me and now we had to do a really sad thing. So just as a child to be taught that even an insect that humans typically find to be really harmful and dangerous, to hear them spoken about in that way really affected me. So when it came to chickens and cows and pigs, I just loved them so much always, and I just, had no idea that terrible things were happening to them. And in 1996, my awesome cousin, who I really looked up to, she came to visit from college on Thanksgiving, and she was one of those crazy vegans. And my whole family was talking about her before she came, and now Zoe's not eating cheese anymore. My grandma had to buy special butter that wasn't made out of cow's milk, and all kinds of little modifications had to be made. And Zoe showed up, and she dared me not to eat any meat for the whole day. I don't like that word anymore, but that's what she said. And so I was 9 years old, and it was a dare, so I took it. And we had a great day. I ate everything during the Thanksgiving meal, minus the turkey itself. And then my family's Italian, so a few hours later we'd have our Italian meal, and I, again, had everything, even the meatballs, because Grandma made vegan meatballs. Back in 1996, we had a local health food store that sold Light Life Gimme Lean ground beef style back then. So she did her meatball recipe, and she had used egg replacer, and so I really didn't feel like it was much different. I got to eat basically everything the same. It was delicious. We had a great day as a family, and then that night she popped a VHS tape into the VCR that she had brought back from college with her, and it was really, really sad. And it was the first time that I had seen these terrible things that were happening to animals in order for them to end up on our plates. So it really changed me. I never ate another animal again for the rest of my life. And so it's been over 23 years since I've eaten an animal. But for all that time, I put cheese in and on everything, like more than the average person, for like the next almost 20 years. And I was a really vocal vegetarian. I was passionate. I was an activist right from the get-go. I was stickering packages in the supermarkets. I would do the Great American Meat Out demo every year, and I'd grab some of my extra vegetarian shirts and make my friends wear them and have them stand with me. And then fast forward a while, in 2010, Evan was born. And I had a decision to make, but I couldn't make it alone. His dad was part of that process, and I chose not to raise him vegetarian. And I had a lot of different reasons. I had met some people who had been raised by single moms that were vegetarian, and they told me that now they eat more animals to make up for it, and they really seemed to resent their moms, and so that kind of scared me, and there were some other things that went into it. But the biggest thing was that I had gotten made fun of a lot when I was a kid after I went vegetarian, but I never ever cared because I knew that what I was doing was right, and I had made the choice myself. So at the time, I decided that I wanted to afford Evan the same opportunity, and I hoped that if I taught him the same morals and values that my parents taught me, that he would make the same decision. And I hoped he'd do it around the time that I did. And he really surprised me. When he was 4 years old, he decided he no longer wanted to eat most animals, but he still wanted to eat fish and crabs at first, and maybe some squid. And I think the reason was because he saw my mom, who had gone pesco-lacto-ovo vegetarian a year after me when I was a kid. She ate some fish and crabs, and she also is a master at saving insects. So it's a little bit confusing when you see that all happening at the same time. So that didn't go on for very long, though, right, Ev?
It didn't.
What did we do?
We read some studies about how fish had feelings just like all the other animals, and I decided I didn't want to eat them anymore. And then we got on Grandma's case and said, how can you save ants and spiders and bees and even mosquitoes and wasps, but still eat fish? And she said, oh, I guess that's a good point. So she stopped eating them too.
Yep. And then, so then we were all vegetarian as a family. And then about a month after Evan turned 5, we had a couple things happen. It was like the perfect storm. Cowspiracy was out, and everybody was talking about it. Oh, by the way, if anyone's looking at our table, we're up on stage, so if you like anything, we'll be back in a little bit. So yeah. So yeah, Cowspiracy was out on Netflix. We were hearing about that, and there was one of my coworkers who told me that I was a hypocrite. She told me that if I was vegetarian for animals, that made no sense, and that I was supporting some really awful things. She told me I was supporting rape and kidnapping, and I had no idea what she was talking about, and I was really upset, and I went home, and I started looking stuff up online, and I quickly found out she was absolutely right. And it was a huge blow for me. I loved animals so much, and I spoke out for them every single day since I was 9 years old. And it almost makes me want to cry now to find out that for almost 2 decades I was supporting the most horrendous industry there basically is, the dairy industry, and also the egg industry, where chickens suffer immensely. And so I decided I was going vegan, and Evan was sleeping when I watched Cowspiracy, and I told him on the way to school in the morning, Mommy's going to try going vegan, and he said he wanted to do it too. And I actually tried to talk him out of it. What did I say, Ev?
You said that there'd be all this stuff I couldn't eat. Cupcakes, pizza, there'd be birthdays at school. I just had to watch them. And the same with pizza day. I just had to watch them. But I said, no, Mommy. If the animals are being hurt, I'll eat it because I don't want it. But little did you know that we could have all that stuff.
Yeah, I was wrong. I thought we wouldn't be able to have any more cupcakes or pizza, but I was wrong. So now we eat all the things that we used to, but we eat the vegan versions that are better for our own health, better for the planet that we all share, and of course, better for the innocent animals that don't deserve any of this. So it was a great decision. We're never going to go back. I told Evan at first if he changed, I said, when you change your mind, Mommy's not going to be mad at you. But now that we've done more research, we know. Yeah, I didn't even say if you change your mind, I said when you do. But we know that's never going to happen now. We've been vegan over 4 years, and we're full-time activists now. I quit my job about 3 years ago so that we could do everything we can to raise awareness. So now, one of the things that we've been recently talking about at different events is carnism. So we're going to learn about carnism now. We're going to do a thought experiment together. So if everybody could just entertain us for a moment. If you're not already vegetarian or vegan, this experiment might be a little bit easier. If you already do not eat animals, that's wonderful. But pretend that you still do for a moment.
All right,
So, you're at a really, really fancy dinner party, and you're really, really hungry. You didn't eat for a few hours because you knew you were going to eat this amazing meal. And everybody's sitting down waiting for it to come out. You can smell it from the kitchen. It smells so good that your mouth is watering.
all right. So when it comes out, you see it, and it looks as good as it smells, but does it taste just as good? So you pick up the spoon and you open your mouth and you take a big bite. You say, oh my gosh, this tastes so delicious.
Yeah, it's so delicious that you have to ask the hostess for the recipe. So you say, oh my goodness, this is the best stew I've ever had. Can you please tell me how you made this? And she says, absolutely. The secret is in the meat. First, you take 3 pounds of well-seasoned golden retriever meat. So I saw some faces just change. So I want everybody to think about that. Did that just get really gross? Put your hand up if that just got really gross for you. Okay. So let's just think about this really quick. Did the meal itself, did anything change about the meal, or is that the same meal that you've just taken a bite of? Same meal, right? And somehow that meal just became no longer a thing that you would call food. That's somebody's body parts now. And what was really delicious just a few moments ago is now making you sick to your stomach. You can't believe that you just put that in your mouth, and you really just want to leave the whole situation. So nothing changed except your perception. So that's what we're going to talk some more about now. Dr. Melanie Joy did nearly 2 decades of research on the psychology of eating animals, and she coined the term carnism. And so carnism is an invisible, widespread, extremely destructive belief system that conditions human beings to eat certain animals. And what makes carnism so very dangerous is that it shapes our perceptions so that we love some animals and eat others, and it operates without our awareness or our consent. So we have no idea that this is happening. And it's an extremely violent ideology. There's no way to procure meat or dairy or eggs without violence. And that might be hard to understand. If anyone has questions later about backyard eggs or anything like that, I'd be more than happy to answer them. So carnism has defense mechanisms that it uses.
All right, so compassion and justice are core values that carnism goes against. And carnism uses defense mechanisms to block our empathy and distort our thoughts that we act against our values without even realizing.
So the main carnistic defenses, the 3 main ones are denial, justification, and cognitive distortion. So denial. When we deny there's a problem, then it doesn't exist, basically. If it has no name, we can't question it. So thankfully, Dr. Melanie Joy gave it a name. Now we can talk about it like we are. But otherwise, it stays invisible. And so do the victims. And the animals are not the only victims. We are also victims. When we eat decomposing body parts or another species' breast milk or their menstrual cycles, it's extremely harmful to our own health. And other human beings are suffering because of this as well. For one example, we have 21,000 innocent human children dying of starvation every single day in third world countries, and it's because of world animal agriculture. More human victims to carnism are the slaughterhouse workers and factory farm workers. Vegan Evan and I visit these places very often, and we talk to as many of the workers as we're able to that'll talk to us, and they do not like their jobs. They might pay well, but they don't like their jobs. No one wants to wake up and go to a place that's only been designed to murder and dismember the most innocent and vulnerable beings on the planet. So a lot of victims, obviously the animals, over 74 billion land animals alone. When we include sea life into the equation, trillions of innocent beings have their lives stolen from them because of carnism. So the second, justification. We learn to justify doing these things from the time that we're born, and we learn this because there's so many myths from the meat, dairy, and egg industries, and it's very confusing. And the 3 N's Dr. Melanie Joy talks about that are used for justification are that it's natural, necessary, and normal. So again, we're taught from the time we can learn that eating animals is necessary, natural, and normal. And then cognitive distortion. So basically our perceptions are distorted, and the meat, dairy, and egg industry makes us basically want to eat certain animals and love others. Dr. Joy has a book called Why We Love Dogs, Eat Pigs, and Wear Cows.
And then there's some secondary defenses.
Yeah, but the cognitive distortion, it allows us to basically look at farm animals as objects rather than the individuals that they are. Each one of these animals, so in the United States, about 95% of the animals that we unnecessarily murder here are chickens. So 10 billion land animals in this country, about 9.5 billion of them are chickens. I have so many chicken friends. They are unbelievable. Yeah, Admiral Fluffy Boots is one of our very best friends. And you want to tell about Admiral Fluffy Boots?
Well, Admiral Fluffy Boots is a fancy man, and he has feathers on his feet, and they look like boots, so they call him Admiral Fluffy Boots. That's where he gets his name.
Yeah, and he greets us every time we get to the sanctuary that he lives at. He definitely remembers me in particular, because every time he sees me, he runs up to me, he says hi, he goes, and then he backs his butt up to me because he wants me to pet him a certain way, that he remembers that I pet him. So he doesn't do that to other people, and I can go 3-6 months without seeing this chicken, and then when I get there, he remembers me. And every single one of them, we should go visit him soon. Every single one of these individuals is just like that. Now, you might meet some chickens and they might not act that way at first. They might not be socialized, but they value their lives. And they're smarter than we give them credit for. So when these animals have never been in situations where they're treated really nicely and they don't have to be scared, then of course they're going to be afraid and they're going to run away from us. But if you go to visit animal sanctuaries, you'll definitely end up meeting some really friendly chickens. And they'll get on your lap, they'll purr just like a cat. And so we can't allow for cognitive distortion to do that to us. And then, like Evan said, there's some secondary defenses. They're basically anything that strengthens carnism and weakens veganism. Anything that makes vegans look irrational, discredits the vegan movement, anything like that. And that's used to invalidate us. So we want to make sure that we know about these defenses, we're aware of them, and then they can't sneak up on us like this.
All right, so carnistic arguments, which are some arguments that people use a lot, like animals eat other animals. Animals eat other animals, like that. So, I don't know the last time you saw a human just like finding an animal and just biting into them. Animals, they eat other animals. We're not lions. When someone new walks into a room, we don't go up to them to sniff their butts. And then
Evan's basically saying we can't use certain things that animals do to justify things that we do. Just because lions eat other animals doesn't mean that we should. That specific example that's something that a lot of big cats do and a lot of other animals. When a new member of their species comes along that they haven't met or maybe they haven't seen in a little while, they go and they sniff their butts. That's not acceptable for us to do. Certain animals will kill their young. We know that that's a big problem if human beings do that. Not acceptable. So we can't use certain things that animals do to justify things that we as human beings do. This list is extensive of arguments. These are just a few examples. B12, protein, these are things that people try to use to discredit veganism. When we have the facts, then we know that none of these arguments hold any weight. And you can find more of these at carnismdebunked.org, and you can see all the reasons why they don't make sense.
Yeah.
And
But if we know, we can like tell people that all protein comes from plants.
exactly, and the B12 is a bacteria that doesn't come from animals in the first place.
Or you can't kindly or benevolently kill someone who doesn't want to die. Or that we, on the food chain, rank with anchovies and pigs.
Yeah, did everybody know that? When people try to tell us that we're at the top of the food chain, according to science, according to Smithsonian, human beings rank with pigs and anchovies scientifically. We are not apex predators. We don't have sharp claws. We can't run and hunt down animals. That's not how it works, right? So yeah, so many arguments, but they all are very easily, we can get past them as long as we have the facts. So now on to the good part, solutions. So now that you all know a little bit more about carnism, that's the first start. And I recommend that everybody watch Dr. Melanie Joy's TED Talk. It's less than 20 minutes. And then we can tell everybody about carnism.
And raise awareness.
Yeah, it's just like racism and any other ism that's dangerous. If we don't know about it, we don't talk about it, it's not going to go away. So we want to weaken carnism and strengthen its challenger, which is veganism.
Veganism.
Yeah. And now we're gonna use the rest of the time to talk about activism, which is what we do best, and answer some questions.
All right. So we like to do as many different kinds of activism as we can, because we know that everyone is reached in a different way. So we are going to say some of those, right? Yeah, some types of activism. All
Yeah,
right.
so everybody heard Vegan Evan do some raps.
That's a kind of activism.
That is a form of activism.
Or speaking like we're doing right now. is
Yeah.
another kind.
And we love to do a lot of activism with food. So we do cooking videos to teach people really easy recipes.
We get food from vegan restaurants and take pictures.
Yeah, there's so many ways that we can let people know how amazing being vegan is and how easy it is. Because I think that's what stops so many people, is that they think it's hard, right?
Yeah.
So we always have literature with us everywhere we go. Today we brought some really nice vegan starter kits with us. They're almost all gone now, but we've got tons more literature in the car. We like to leaflet. We like to do marches. We like to do disruptions. Disruptions are your favorite, aren't they?
Actually, are my favorite.
What's a disruption?
A disruption, it's in the name. You're disrupting the violence. Like, so we could go into a place, a store, a restaurant, or anything, and we tell people, we hold signs, we chant, and we just tell people how animals want to live just like us. It harms the planet, and it harms our health and everyone around us.
Yeah, and then we, like I said earlier, we go to a lot of really sad places. Evan and I have been to the largest pig farm in the United States in Milford, Utah. It's a Smithfield-owned, which is a Chinese-owned, $15 billion a year company. And we've also been to the largest slaughterhouse in the world many, many times, which is also Smithfield-owned. They are in our country, Tar Heel, North Carolina, and at this one location, over 36,500 innocent pigs are murdered every single day. Pigs are scientifically the fourth most intelligent animal on the planet. They are more socially complex than our cats and dogs at home by far, and they're amazing individuals, and they don't deserve this. No one does. Even if they were the dumbest animals on the planet, they feel pain, they have friends, they have families like we do. And to just be outside of a place like this, just so sad. We can hear the pigs screaming from the gas chambers while we're standing on public property. This facility has 2 full kill lines, 2 full gas chambers, where they burn these individuals from the inside out, and they scream and they violently thrash to the point where at the end of the night, the workers will find piles of hooves at the bottom because they've actually ripped their own feet off while they're struggling to get out of these chambers.
And that is the kind of activism you can tell people that information. You can take like videos at vigils.
Right, that's
show
the reason we
animals.
go.
Also at sanctuaries, you can share the stories of rescued animals.
Yeah, so we go to the really sad places, and then we always try to follow it up with the really happy places. So
Like sanctuaries.
yeah, we've been to well, Evan's been to a few less than me, but I've been to over 30 farm animal sanctuaries throughout the country, and one in England, right? One in England?
Yep, one in Europe.
Yeah. And same thing, you can document really sad things that are happening and show your friends and family, and then you can show the really happy things, the animals who've been rescued from these horrific situations, who get to live their lives happy, safe, and free from human exploitation and harm, and share their stories.
Yeah.
And you can do so many things.
You could wear hats and shirts like we're doing.
Yeah, you can wear vegan and animal rights gear. Start conversations. Do we ever go a day without having vegan conversations? Like ever?
No, and we usually have at least 3, if not 100.
That would be like if we stayed home. We have 3. But yeah, we probably in every supermarket we step into, we have at least 3 conversations. But yeah, I think we have maybe about 5 minutes left. Anybody have any questions for us at all?
Pig is the dirtiest animal also. It eats dead diseased animals, okay? And so the people that eat it, okay, they get all those diseases, right? And it's a scavenger. The scavengers have a purpose. They're to eat the trash in the land and whatever, to clean the land for us, okay? And that's why so many people have so many issues. And then they can cook them. The pig, the guy goes in and those brains never die. And they go to the brain. And the same thing with the scavengers and the
So the comment was about pigs. Pigs are actually one of the cleanest animals, but it's the conditions that we keep them in. That's the issue. They actually won't even go to the bathroom anywhere near where they sleep. But you're absolutely right. The ones that people are eating are diseased and they're disgusting. But it's not at a fault of their own. They're some of the most, like I said, intelligent animals on the planet. They will eat anything basically that's fed to them, but in the wild they are vegan and they're plant eaters. So yeah, it's very unsafe to eat what is referred to as pork. We don't like euphemisms, but to eat dead pigs and dead cows and it's all very unhealthy for humans. There's some really awesome documentaries on Netflix for those of you who might be interested a lot in the health aspects. What the Health is a really good one, and Forks Over Knives. And did anyone else have any questions or comments? Naomi.
What's the best way to find out about what actions are around that we can get involved in?
So yeah, getting involved with activism can be a little bit tricky at first because a lot of people don't know where to go. So we are lucky today, for those of you who are interested, Anonymous for the Voiceless has a booth, and we're going to be hearing from some friends in a minute here who are going to talk a lot about that organization. But I would say that the best way right now is to probably get on Facebook and try to find a local animal rights group. Try to see if there's a local Anonymous for the Voiceless chapter in your area. There's a very good chance there is. A local Animal Save chapter. The Animal Save movement is who we typically bear witness with unless we go independently. And that's based on the teachings of Leo Tolstoy to not turn away, but to go to the animals and be there with them. And there's also Direct Action Everywhere, DXC, and they don't have as many chapters, or they're not as easy to find in these areas, but hey, start one. We'd love that. But yeah, Anonymous for the Voiceless, like I said, here today, great way to get started. They do a Cube of Truth demonstration, which you'll hear more about, and for starting out, it's awesome because you get to put a mask on and you get to stand in the cube, which is super important. There has to be a cube for this demonstration to take place, and then you get to see all the reactions that people have and listen to the conversations that happen. Dave, did you have a question?
Yes, I did. I have seen several videos of the slaughterhouses, and they're from Europe and from Australia, but I haven't seen any from the United States. Why is that?
So there are so many scary laws that are in place to protect the bad guys, basically. Everything that's happening is happening because of really greed. We know that it's not necessary to eat animals. We know that it's detrimental to our health. We know it's terrible for the environment and, of course, the animals. So the reason this all continues is it's all about money. And in the United States, it is very dangerous, especially in certain states where there are ag-gag laws, to go in and get footage. It's also a really difficult thing to do. The people that would be the ones wanting to get this footage are people like us who love animals, and really it's a hard thing. Like, I couldn't go undercover for multiple reasons. For one thing, I'm covered in animal rights tattoos, so I wouldn't be very good at being undercover. If I didn't have these tattoos all over me, I don't know how long I could do that. I don't know how long I could go into a facility, and you kind of have to play along and you have to do what everybody else is doing. So some of these people that go undercover, they have to do some mean things to the animals so that they blend in. And that's a very difficult thing. But I can tell everyone who's listening that we've seen these places firsthand, and I mean, Evan's been probably 5-10 feet from chickens being hung upside down and having their throats slit in California, and we've been to tons of dairy farms. But some of the footage that you can find that's definitely from our country is from Animal Recovery Mission, who's based out of Florida, ARM, and especially with the dairy industry, they did 4 major stings recently, undercover operations. The one that got the most media attention, which hopefully you've all heard about, was Fairlife. And Fairlife, they basically, like every other dairy farm, they forcibly impregnate the female animals starting when they're a year old. They rip their babies away from them the day that they're born and steal their breast milk. That's inherent in the dairy industry, but this dairy farm was just beating and annihilating these baby cows and their mothers, and it's really hard to watch, but we all need to see it because it's happening. And if it's this difficult for us to see, imagine what it's like for them to experience.
And the reason that the virus is going on because they eat cats and dogs, okay? They sell it in the market. And so that's one of the reasons of the consequence when you do things like that. It's horrible.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. The coronavirus definitely has stemmed from people unnecessarily eating animals, and the markets have all types of animals. So China has now banned eating wild animals for the time being. Hopefully that stays. Certain cities have banned eating cats and dogs as well, and they're actually talking about banning eating animals, which would be amazing. Another note on Smithfield, which I mentioned, is a Chinese-owned huge conglomerate. Good news is they have a new brand. It's called Pure Farmland, and you won't see the Smithfield logo anywhere on there, but they're selling at Publix, and it's 100% plant-based. And some people are a little bit worried about giving their dollars over to this company, but I say go ahead and do it because we need to show them that there's a market. We need to give them a reason to stop hurting these animals. And so buy all the plant-based foods. And then when we get closer to a vegan world, we can be more picky. Thank you everybody so much. That's our booth over there that's unmanned right now. So if you have any questions, find us. But we're going to hear some from some awesome friends.
All right, so next up, we have one of my other friends. And you can see he likes arms in video games. So it's not a vegan today, like my mom said, but what he's going to be doing is his presentation where he talks about, like, one example is, like, imagine if in, like, the anime world, if in the shows, like, you, like, see them killing and torturing the animals and all different cool stuff. But, so, his name's Justin Clark, and here he is.
Thank you. Can everyone hear me okay? Alright, who's ready for the weirdest animal rights presentation you've ever seen? Alright, so you see that really academic sounding title? It's a little more goofy than that, but... So, do you see the guy on the left? Has everyone seen an adult eating meat before? Has anyone seen an adult eating meat before? Have you ever seen one of those videos on YouTube of a little kid finding out that the meat that they're eating at home is actually the animals they've been taught to love? So maybe not, but a lot of times people will say, oh, that little kid is so dumb, they don't know what they're talking about. It's funny because they don't know that animals are for us to eat yet. But adults have every reason to think that because they have more critical thinking skills. They also have more knowledge about the world. But what people don't realize is that they're also a victim of their conditioning. So society has told them how to think. So one thing that's consistent all around the world is that there's a bunch of different societies and cultures, and all of them think that they have it right, and everyone else has it wrong. But I'm here to show you that we actually don't think about the world in a very logical way. However, there is one exception to this, and that's when we're looking at fictional worlds and we're creating new worlds. We're actually much more logical on how we think about our rational choices and how rights should be distributed. So there's a concept in philosophy called utilitarianism, which is basically the greatest moral good is whatever provides the most pleasure and the least amount of suffering possible. So a way you can imagine this is imagine that there's an alien in outer space and it's looking down at Earth, and all it wants is for us to be as happy as possible. So it's out in space, so no matter what it does, whether good or bad, doesn't affect it, but the only thing it wants to do is make sure everyone's happy. A concept that exists in political philosophy as well is the best way to form a society is to imagine that you don't exist as any kind of person yet. So you're at this original moral standpoint where you don't know what you're going to be born as yet. So you don't know if you're going to be a human, you don't know if you're going to be a chicken, you don't know if you're going to be a pig. So what way would you want to design the world? You would want to design the world so that everyone can be happy, so that no matter what version you're born as, whether you be a person or an animal or anything else, you're going to have your best interests served to you. So obviously we're humans, so we want humans to benefit as much as possible, but is that really fair to everything else? So we're going to talk about an alien that isn't quite as nice. So there's Pennywise the Clown from Stephen King's It, which is a horror movie. So on the left you see a bunch of kids, and on the right there's Pennywise. So when you look at these two pictures, try to think for a moment about what kind of words come to mind. So I bet that no one thought free range. Are children allowed to live in their natural environment? So when we look at all these different things, none of these words come to mind because the way that we view situations is absolutely completely different depending on whether we're the victim or not. And this can go on forever. And what's interesting about this is that if someone were to have a company that sold meat or other animal products, all of these things would be great things that you would advertise on a commercial for why what you're doing is actually moral and you should buy from this company. But when you see it in the context of us as a victim, it's actually horrifying. So, believe it or not, I'm not actually the first crazy person to try to take deeper meaning from Stephen King's It. It actually talks about it within the movie itself. So there's a compassionate character named Mike Hanlon, whose grandfather is a sheep farmer. And what the sheep farmer does is he puts a bolt gun to the sheep's head and kills it and then sells it for meat. So Mike Hanlon doesn't want to do this, and he resists his grandfather trying to indoctrinate him into the sheep farming industry. So what it does is it makes a connection between the children of dairy and livestock, and then it and the children of dairy. So they essentially have the same relationship, just at different levels. So humans believe that they're superior to animals, and it, or Pennywise the clown, believes that he is superior to humans and he can do whatever he wants now. So imagine the scariest horror movie that you've ever seen. And now imagine there's a horror movie and it has 56 billion characters in it. So you wouldn't even be able to process a horror movie that operated at that scale. So the reason that we believe that we can consume animals is because we believe that we're better than them. But even with our vast superior intellect and processing power, we still can't even process the extent to the damage we do to animals and the amount of suffering that we inflict. Anyway, so in My Little Pony, they're not necessarily vegan because they eat eggs and milk, but then again, a lot of the animals can talk in My Little Pony, so maybe they just sell it to them. But the real important part of My Little Pony is something called the element of kindness, which is a supernatural artifact that goes along with a group called the elements of harmony. So if you're a mother watching this with your little kid, and you're thinking, so why is it that Fluttershy, the nice pony, is the one who's nice to animals? But the thing is, these are lessons that we teach to our kids all the time. We teach them that you should be nice to animals, and people who are nice to animals are nice, and people who are mean to animals are mean. However, we always think about this in different contexts, where it's like, if you're mean to an animal in literally any format, except for consuming animals or skinning them or using them for their products, then you're considered mean. But as long as we ignore this horror story, or every single time that we use animals for our purposes, we're ignoring this horror story that we've created. So we think completely outside of that boundary, as though the way that we treat animals in factory farms and similar situations don't even count. So on the left, you can see her animal sanctuary. On the right, she's screaming at people for even suggesting the idea that animals are put in cages. So these are lessons that even children can understand, but we forget them as we're growing up. Anyway, so more horse people. So there's something called an anthropomorphic animal that exists in cartoons, and you might not think that you know what an anthropomorphic animal is, but it's anything like Mickey Mouse or any cartoon where they're like half people, half animals. So on the left, you have a vegan society in Zootopia where they're not allowed to eat each other. And on the right, you have the Mickey Mouse Club, where they kind of have a distinction between themselves and animals, even though they kind of are animals themselves. So if you look at Pluto's face and then you look at Goofy's face, they're almost exactly the same thing. So in BoJack Horseman, like I was talking about earlier, we have Gentle Farms, which is a chicken farm that's run by chickens, which is considered one of the jokes of the show. And the reason that they advertise their products as they do is they say that we are chickens and we know what chickens want. And what chickens want is to play foosball. But you never see that guy playing foosball. He just decides what animals want for themselves. And this is a funny joke in the show until we realize that this is exactly how we treat animals in real life, is we decide what's best for them with none of their input. And that can essentially just be animal prison, and we can decide that they're happy hens and they're happy living out with their best life. But we know that it's ridiculous because our chickens don't even get foosball, they don't get anything. So us considering them happy is us not constantly torturing them in a cage, which is a very, very low bar for happiness. And on the right, they also discuss factory farms directly. So Tom on the right is a whale, and he's talking to the CEO of Chicken for Days, which is a factory farm and a restaurant. And he says, so what do you say when people say your factory is like a terrifying movie about some strange dystopian society, but in this monster story, the horrifying monsters are us? So this goes back to the monster story that I told you about, where we're actually the monster, and that's why we don't notice how horrible we treat our victims. And he says, relax, Tommy, everything we do is completely legal and FDA approved, so therefore it's fine. But in real life, we understand that just because something's legal, it doesn't necessarily mean that it's moral. But when we're discussing the subject of animals, we believe that this makes a lot of sense. So, raise your hand in the audience if you think that an animal is suffering enough, you should be able to put it to sleep or euthanize it. Personally, I think so. Now imagine there's an animal that's extremely happy. Do you think that we should also be able to kill it? So these completely opposite reasons for killing animals are considered justified. So, even though they're complete opposites. So now imagine for a moment that you have an animal, and you raise it to about 3 years old, and it's a dog. And then someone who raised that dog at 3 years old says, I provided this dog with a great life, so now I can kill and consume it. Most people would want that person arrested. And if it's a human, it gets even worse. So imagine that you have a human that you raised to 7 years old, and then you decide all of a sudden, well, now that this child is 7 years old, I've raised it really well, so I'm going to kill and eat it. Most people would think that was insane. So, raise your hand in the audience as well if you think that big industry should be trusted, or do you think that big industry is corrupt? Most people would say that big industry is very corrupt. So now raise your hand if you believe that big government is corrupt. Pretty much everyone does, but somehow in the context of consuming animals, we believe that the government's going to do a great job at regulating what goes on in animal factories, even though their employees go back and forth. They're promised jobs in the industry once they get out of their term in government, and then they also get promised positions in government and they get special favors. So this goes back to the idea that we don't ever notice how bad we treat animals because the monster in this horror story actually is us. So on the left you see a mouse trap, and what goes into mouse traps? Mice. But what if it wasn't a mouse? It was a Pikachu. This concept is absolutely disgusting to people, and it seems ridiculous and like someone would laugh at it. But we have more sympathy for the idea that a fictional character would go into a mousetrap and die than we have for the actual animals that are victimized by mousetraps. And it can get even worse than that. So, on the left we have a macerator, and what goes into macerators? Male chicks in the egg industry. But what if it wasn't a chick, it was actually a torture? So the concept of humans eating Pokemon has actually existed from the very beginning of Pokemon, but when they started coming out with an idea called Pokemon sausage that exists in the mainline newest game, Sword and Shield, people started questioning it whenever Nintendo brought it up. So they would say, wait, so what Pokemon are the sausage made of? That shouldn't be right. There should be no way that humans should be allowed to eat Pokemon. But since the very first game, they actually do talk about this. It's illegal to eat Pokemon. So, in Pokemon, if you cut off a Slowpoke's tail, which is the creature on the right, the Slowpoke's tail will just grow back immediately. But it's considered illegal, and Team Rocket, which is a gang that does evil things like hurting Pokemon, they're considered the villains of the series. When they do it, you're supposed to stop them. So there's an organization in Pokemon Black and White, which ironically is the closest that Pokemon has ever gotten to a moral gray area, and it's called Team Plasma. They're very similar to PETA in real life. So they have liberation rallies for Pokemon. They have speeches telling people to liberate their Pokemon, and they can even go inside people's brains using the Pokemon in the middle, and then try to convince people that they should release all of their Pokemon. So PETA, obviously being PETA, noticed this, and they decided that they should make their own fan game where they try to bring this into the public attention that this is very, very similar to what they do. So people didn't really notice immediately, so in the second game that they made of the same subject, they just said, listen, this is exactly why we made this game, is that people have such a high opinion of themselves and how they treat animals, and we think that if we were to go into the Pokemon universe, or the Pokemon were able to come into our universe, we would treat them extremely well, and we would treat them with a lot of respect and love, like they talk about in the Pokemon video games and anime. But the thing is, we have no historical context or precedence for believing that that's true. Every time there's anything that's any different than us, we always treat it terribly, so why should we believe that we would treat them well? So Meowth is very wise. So in real life, if you ask someone if they were creating a fictional universe that had a bunch of different creatures, most people would say that we shouldn't have factory farms in it. So if any of you have ever watched Star Trek The Next Generation, they actually have a very interesting take on animal rights. They don't view in Star Trek animal rights as something that is currently occurring or there's an animal rights movement. They view it as a movement that has already occurred. So it's already been established in Star Trek that consuming animals is wrong. So when there's a species that haven't reached this point in philosophy yet that tries to ask for meat on the Starship Enterprise, the character Commander Riker says that we don't do that anymore. We don't enslave animals for our purposes. So there's a lot of animal rights themes that do occur in Star Trek. So I'm not here to have like a feminist presentation or talk about toxic masculinity or whether it exists or doesn't exist. But all I'm saying is that if non-toxic masculinity existed, it would be that. And the women are great too. So one episode where they do directly address animal rights is in the episode I, Borg. So there's a hive mind race that is considered a threat to every other species in the galaxy, and it's called the Borg. And they always view it as a hive mind. So they're all a collective, which is what they call themselves as well. So they assimilate other races. And what they did is they actually assimilated the main character of the series, Captain Picard. So on the right, you see Jordy. On the left, you see one of the Borg. So what happens is they actually end up rescuing one of the Borg, and they start to view it as an individual. And they start to realize that it's much harder for them to kill the Borg when they start viewing them as an individual instead of just part of a big mass. So the main character of the series, Captain Picard, like I said, talks to Geordi and he says you should stop interacting with the Borg because this is a mistake that scientists made long ago where they said, I don't want to kill this animal anymore when they were conducting experiments on mice and things like that because they started to view them as an individual. And that's the thing that we do in real life is anytime that there's an animal victim, like there's a dog right in front of us and someone's hurting a dog, we view it as a victim. But when something happens enough, we start to not view it as a victim anymore. We just view it as a statistic or part of life or what should be. Because we don't want to accept the reality that there could be something in our world that we contribute toward that is really that bad and occurs at that kind of scale. A scale that we can't even imagine. So these are all real quotes, except for that one. So who's familiar with the concept of WWJD or what would Jesus do? Most people are, but for the context of this presentation, let's say WWSD or what would Spock do? So Spock on the right is a Vulcan, and the Vulcans reach utilitarian philosophy, which is what I have discussed at the beginning of the presentation. So the needs of the many outweigh the needs of the few. So Spock decides that he should be vegan or vegetarian, which is essentially like the same thing as Star Trek. But the entire Vulcan society also is vegan as well. So imagine if Spock was the alien that we discussed at the beginning of the presentation. He was looking on us and he would have wanted to decide if our world was logical or not. If we were causing harm to trillions of different sentient creatures so we could get a relatively little amount of taste pleasure from it, would that be considered logical to a creature that wanted what was best for everyone and wanted as much pleasure as possible with the most little amount of suffering? Obviously not. But what if it wasn't even good for humans? So it wasn't good for humans and it wasn't good for animals because we're destroying our environment and we're destroying our public health. So why would we do it at all? And if we were also to ignore every academic body telling us that we shouldn't do this, then would that look logical to an alien that was looking at us trying to decide whether we were logical creatures or not? Of course not. So what's commonly associated with Star Trek is Star Wars, and in the movie The Last Jedi, we have the Porgs, which are like a chicken-like creature that exists in Star Wars. So Chewbacca is eating one of the Porgs, and he just uses it as a food source until he actually meets it in real life. And when he meets it in real life, he becomes friends with it. But there's something that can be taken as a little bit of a deeper meaning from this. So Chewbacca and the Porg are both non-human. So a lot of times we view something being a different species than us, or just being different from us in general, as a justification for doing harm to it or believing that it should be subjugated by us. So imagine if Han Solo just shot Chewbacca in the face and said, well, I don't really think that you're like me. I don't really think that you're as smart as me. I don't really think that you should have the same rights that I do because you're different than I am and you're not a human. Would anyone view Han Solo as anything other than the villain of Star Wars? Obviously not. But when we're looking at other animals, we think that them being non-human is justification enough for us to kill them, even though when we look at what's similar to us when we compare ourselves to animals, all the things that would matter when we were deciding what rights should be distributed to other creatures. They have pain perception, they have families, they want to live, they have their own needs and desires, so why is it that we should kill them? So, in the same movie, they go to a city called Canto Bight, which is considered like a paradise, but it's all rich people at the top and it's all a rich people celebration. So when Finn, who hangs out with Rose a lot, sees this city, he thinks that it's beautiful, but Rose, who's a little bit more savvy to this sort of thing, says that it's one of the most disgusting cities that she's ever seen. And the reason she said this is because she knows that it's built on the back of abused animals and enslaved children. So on the left, we see something extremely disgusting, which is a human being drinking milk. And it's one of the jokes in Star Wars that the scene is so disgusting because it's from such a disgusting creature. But when we think in reality about what kind of milks we're allowed to drink, we think that pig milk is disgusting and dog milk is disgusting, and we think that a 25-year-old drinking their mother's breast milk is also disgusting. And we think that they shouldn't do that anymore. But if you think about it, it would make the most sense for humans to be drinking human breast milk. But for some reason, we have chosen one species in particular for it to be normal, and that's cows. So on the right, we have Daisy Ridley, who is the actress who plays Rey from Star Wars, and she's actually a vegan in real life. So who knows that this reaction is genuine or not? So one concept that exists in science fiction that kind of shows the dissociation that we have between our real world and fictional worlds is the concept of artificial intelligence. So raise your hand if you believe that if artificial intelligence was able to become so advanced that it became sentient, so it had its own needs and desires, and able to have its own pleasure and suffering. So if you were to hurt something that was artificial, if it felt pain, should we take that into consideration? Most people who are interested in science fiction should say, of course we should. And this concept also exists in movies like I, Robot. So they're sentient robots, essentially. And there's a robot rights activist that's on the right. But one thing that we never discuss is that we already have organic sentient life that exists on Earth already that we don't give rights to. So why is it that when we look at a fictional universe, we're perfectly ready to start distributing rights to fictional creatures just because they're robots and they can feel pain and suffering? But when it comes to real life, we suddenly don't believe this anymore. Another interesting movie is Planet of the Apes. So in Planet of the Apes, the roles of humans and animals are reversed. So Taylor, the main character, and I'm just going to spoil the end of the movie, Taylor is actually time traveling to Earth in the future, but he thinks that he lands on a different planet. But what's happened is that apes have just taken over the Earth. So the scientist apes try to stand up for him, but the orangutan apes try to make it so that he can't progress in society. And I'll show you exactly why. So on the left we have the domain of faith, which is dominated by orangutans. We have the domain of war on the right, which is dominated by gorillas, and we have the domain of science, that's dominated by chimpanzees. So on the left, faith acts as sort of politicians. And when we're trying to decide how society works, this is a good reflection of it. So the supreme lawgiver, which is the ape version of God, looks exactly like an ape. So when people look at this movie, they think it's funny that these alien creatures that look like apes have decided that God looks exactly like them. And yet that's exactly what we did in real life. And they say that we're allowed to subjugate animals, or they say that they're allowed to subjugate humans because they are the dominant species on the planet. So whenever the gorillas want to quash anything beneath them, they look to the lawgiver, and the lawgiver says that the gorillas should be able to dominate anything beneath them. And because the gorillas dominate the Earth, it gives more precedence for the idea that apes should be the dominant species on Earth. So in the middle we have science, so where does this fit all in? Because in the movie, all apes are supposed to be equal. But the domain of science is discovery, and the chimpanzees aren't necessarily biased to what they find. So they might find out that apes should deserve rights, and so should humans. So whenever they're trying to decide what they should put into ape society, they have to run it by the orangutans, who are the politicians. But if the politicians decide that they don't want that in their society, then they just ignore it. So how is society ever supposed to be positively changed when the politicians won't do anything to reflect new information? And all they want is to preserve the way that society already is. Because why would the apes want to change everything if they're already the dominant force? And this is exactly how real life exists as well. And in the third Planet of the Apes movie, we see this exactly happen, where the scientists meet the chimpanzees in real life because the chimpanzees come to modern day Earth. Another interesting thing about Planet of the Apes is that the supreme lawgiver is considered like a joke version of God in the movie. But when you look at the actual scripture of what the lawgiver is telling them, it says that the dominant species on Earth should be apes instead of humans, and the reason why isn't because they just believe that they're better than us because they're stronger or faster or smarter. It's because they believe that humans are evil. So when we look at why we subjugate animals, it's because we believe that we're more intelligent or yada yada or any other reason. But when the apes give their reason for believing that they should dominate us, it's because we destroyed the planet, we destroyed the environment, we went to war with each other, and we committed all these horrible crimes. So the reason why they hate us is because we're evil, and the reason that we are evil to animals is because we believe that in our arrogance they're just lesser than us. So have you ever heard someone say that because animals are a different species than us, or they're less intelligent like I was discussing, we should be able to dominate them? So another interesting subject in philosophy is imagine that there was an alien that came to Earth and abducted the person who said that, and then said, hey dude, I want to eat you now. And they said, no, you can't eat me because I'm a human. I'm very intelligent, I have thoughts and feelings, I have needs and desires. And then all of a sudden the alien said to them, oh wait a minute, I'm more intelligent than you, I'm smarter than you, so I should just be able to eat you. And I'm also a different species than you, so why should I care about you? So people would think that that alien was immoral if he knew what he was doing was wrong. And if he used the same logic against us, it would seem ridiculous. but this is the same exact logic that we use against animals to justify the things that we do to them. So this is actually the plot of an anime called Madoka Magica, where there's an alien that comes to Earth and it treats humans way better than the way that we treat animals, and then it actually absorbs the emotions of little children and then uses them to harness them for an energy source. So when the little girl realizes that she's been put through suffering just so that alien can have energy for its energy source, the alien says, "Don't you just do the same exact thing to animals? And I treat you better than you treat them, so what space do you have to complain?" So in Disney movies, we see humans as the villains very often. So on the left, when you look there, you can immediately recognize that it's Cruella de Vil from 101 Dalmatians. And on the right, we have a very similar person to the one that shot Bambi's mom. Then on the left, we have the scuba diver who separated Nemo from his family. And then we also have Clayton from Tarzan, who's the villain of Tarzan. So when you look at all of these, you might think that these are just regular people that exist in real life. But when we're looking at this story from the victim's perspective, which are animals, then we see that it's very, very obvious that humans make great villains in any story about animals. So the last subject I want to discuss is an anime called Attack on Titan, where the roles are kind of reversed like I discussed earlier, where you have a force that eats humans. So on the left is a Titan, on the right we have two of the protagonists of the series. So the left one is named Aaron with the brown hair, and on the right there's the kid with the blonde hair who Aaron is making fun of. And he makes fun of him for just kneeling down to the Titans like he's cattle, but I don't think that's really fair. So we know that cattle will fight back and will chase after their babies, and we know that pigs bite at the bars, and animals fight against the kind of situations that they're in. So we can't say that it's natural, because we know that natural doesn't mean good. So there's a concept in philosophy as well called the appeal to nature fallacy, where we know that when we have diseases, we should go to the doctor. We know that hospitals are good. We know that technology can be good for a lot of reasons, and it's probably how a lot of you found out about this event. And we know that natural disasters are bad, viruses are natural. So just because something's natural doesn't necessarily mean that it's good. There's plenty of things that we use in real life that aren't natural. And just because someone is strong doesn't mean that they should do bad things to the weak. So we understand that children are worse than adults in almost every single way. So we're more powerful than them, we have more intellectual prowess than them. But that doesn't mean that we should abuse children just because we're better than them. So the concept that I discussed earlier as well, which is the concept of an individual versus a mass of victims. So when you look at these articles, you can think that this is a hero, or this animal is a hero because it escaped from its oppressor, and this is the kind of news that would go worldwide, or something that would become viral. And on the left you have a cow escaping from a slaughterhouse, and on the right you have a pig escaping from a slaughterhouse truck. But what about all of the animals that didn't make it? So there's animals that bite at the bars, and like I said, there's cows that will try to chase after their children. So why is it that we only care about stories where there's a hero and the villain, and then the hero wins? Instead of, let's say for example, you go to a Barnes & Noble one day, and then you pick up a comic book that's only 3 pages long, and it's just a villain stomping on a hero over and over and over. And then you take it there and you say, hey, why are you even selling this book? No one's going to want to buy it. But in my opinion, the stories that don't have happy endings are the ones that matter the most, because it means that that story should be rewritten. It means that something went wrong along the way. So just because a story has a happy end or a sad ending doesn't mean that that story doesn't matter. So one of the themes of this presentation that I want you all to understand is that stories don't just exist in fiction. Every single sentient creature on Earth has a story. So it's lived its entire life, and it could be full of misery and suffering, but we don't even know it because we don't care. So we don't even try to look at any kind of story that has a sad ending, because we just view them as some massive victims that we don't need to pay attention to. So every creature has a story, and if people are only going to pay attention to the stories that have happy endings, then I believe that we should give that to animals. So this is a bunch of vegetarian and vegan characters that exist in fiction. So thank you all for listening to the presentation. I hope you liked it. Does anyone have any questions?
Not too many Pokemon players. Hey, Evan, here. Evan, you got a question.
That was just my background on my computer.
Alright.
So I'll just take a couple more
What's the
seconds.
question to ask?
So if no one has any questions, that's fine.
Here,
But
just answer something random. Ask yourself a question and I'll be the one who asks it.
I'll actually just explain one subject I just touched on a little bit. So the political philosophy thing I discussed earlier. So imagine there's an original point, right? And you have to decide right from the beginning what you want society to look like if you have no idea what you're going to be born as. So you can say, oh, but what if someone is just like a brick or something like that? Then no matter how society is constructed, it wouldn't matter to a brick because it can't feel anything. It can't tell it's a brick, it wouldn't even know it was alive. But for every sentient creature, it would matter a ton. So there's a huge chance, way more than becoming human, that you would actually be born as a factory farm chicken because there's way more chickens than there are humans. So if you were to design a society, you would obviously design a society that was fantastic for chickens because you're going to have the greatest chance of being born as a chicken. So when we look at this kind of philosophy, we think, oh, that's a perfect presentation for how we should construct society, assuming that everyone is born human. But that's a terrible mistake in my opinion. Because we shouldn't just assume that we're going to be born human, and we should consider ourselves extremely lucky that we were born as a human in a world where there's so many different species, many of which are suffering at the hands of humans. So I just thought that was interesting.
Actually, you know what? With Pokemon, Metapod looks like a green bean pod, doesn't he?
I told him not to bring that up because we're supposed to not think of animals or Pokemon as food. But he keeps talking to me about how Metapod looks like a green bean pod. And I'm like, no. Don't eat them.
Alright, well.
Yeah, you can go on to the
So,
next one.
alright, well, the next person is an outstanding speaker, and he's 73 years older than me, and years younger than me, and he's here to teach everyone, and he is going to be talking about Alzheimer's and a whole bunch of cool stuff. So make sure to listen. But bathrooms there, water fountains there, photo wall there. This is right here. Playground behind this. Yoga in the center grass way back, and music there. All right, we need 2 volunteers.
I also want to make one announcement before we get the volunteers. Dr. Canales is our new director of Aging Gracefully with Gusto. So that's his new title. 82 years old. Make sure.
Good. All right. I have one. I'm going to use. I'll use you as my volunteer. Okay. Put your arms out straight one side. What I'm going to do is just give you a little bit of basics of who we are, and then number 2, I'll talk a little bit about Alzheimer's, and then number 3, if we have enough time, I'll talk a little bit about coronavirus. However, I am not going to interfere with Dr. Klaper at all. Okay. I want to tell you how long the Earth. Let's assume that this figure over here to that other one is the time that Earth has existed. That's 4.5 billion years old. 4.5 billion years. Now, how long has mankind been here? Right here. The end of your finger. That's how long mankind has been here. Now, we're going to have him hold his arms out a little bit more, and I'm going to tell you, this is the time mankind has existed. Over 2.5 million years. Of that time period, the longest mankind or hominid that has been alive was Homo erectus. That fellow lived for about 1 million years. Let's say that 1 million years goes from here to here. So how long has Homo sapiens been around? They've only been around for 200,000 years. So from here to there is where we've existed. There are other Homo species that have been around for a long, long time. So we're the new kid on the block. Thank you very much. And always support these people. They do a wonderful job. I don't see how they do it. Thank you very much. All right. So the key is that one of the factors is that we've changed from being a very early old creature on Earth to what we are today. For example, if you were to be able to walk through prehistoric times, you would see nothing more than us sitting around raising children, old men maybe walking around fishing, doing something, but we are really kind of a species that has changed dramatically over the last 2,000 years, especially the last 5,000 years. We've changed dramatically. Now, we're called Homo sapiens. Homo erectus lived for over 2 million years. Homo sapiens have only been here for 200,000 years. So we're here a relatively short time, and within the past 5,000 years, we've changed everything. So let's go ahead and we'll talk about Alzheimer's first. We'll talk about what it is. That's just the basic thing. What is it? It's a neurodegenerative disease. In other words, Alzheimer's disease will destroy the nerves in your brain. Now, it's a chronic. I'm going to go through a lot of this pretty quick because I have a very close friend in the back that I really want you to hear. So the duration goes from 4 to 12 years, a little bit longer, and it can start very, very early. It's unusual. Usually it's in the latter years of our life, 75, 80, somewhere in that range. 6th leading cause of death. It may be the 3rd leading cause because when someone dies with Alzheimer's disease, they usually die of pneumonia. And so the cause of death is usually written as pneumonia. That's because they can't swallow, and many times they're on many medications that dry out the throat. Ronald Reagan, he developed Alzheimer's disease, lived for over 10 years with that disease. It's a growing epidemic. Alzheimer's is about 80% of all dementias, but there are other dementias. Remember Robin Williams, the great actor, a very funny fellow? He developed Lewy body dementia and committed suicide. The lady on what's her name? I can't remember her name. Anyway, we'll go ahead. Oh, we're talking about Creutzfeldt-Jakob dementia, mad cow disease. Yes, indeed, you can get diseases from animals. In fact, the World Health Organization has indicated that 70 to 80% of all diseases that we encounter as Homo sapiens is directly related to animals. So the less animals we eat, the healthier we can become. It's a worldwide disease. It's not isolated to any country at all. Now, there's an issue about genetics. We always are afraid that maybe because grandma had it or grandpa had it, that we will get it. That's not true. Indeed, in medicine, what we say is, yeah, your gun may be loaded, there are genetic factors in there, but you're the one that's going to pull the trigger because lifestyle really will fall into place as being the primary predictor of Alzheimer's disease. Well, when Dr. Alois Alzheimer's had his patient, he saw her in 1900. She died in 1905. He did the autopsy. He found beta amyloid plaques and the tau tangles. But he also found something else in that autopsy that he didn't mention. He mentioned it, but we never paid very much attention to it. But what he found was interesting because it has an effect on every disease that we have today almost. He found atherosclerosis. Now that's an important factor here because what we're finding, now I'll go through this one real quick. This is just what doctors look for when they look for amnesia, aphasia, agnosia, and apraxia, all of those things. But Glenn Campbell developed Alzheimer's disease and made a tour on his last year of life. He made a great song called I'm Not Going to Miss You. So here's what people will find with Alzheimer's disease. When people come into the doctor's office, they say, well, Julius is not thinking correctly, his memory is lost, and his behavior. Those are the 3 characteristic findings that you see with Alzheimer's disease. thinking, memory, and behavior. Those are the things that we lose. How do you get it? How is it diagnosed? Well, it's diagnosed clinically. We can't make a final diagnosis until autopsy. About 85 years old, 1/3 of us will have that disease. Now, that's the genetic aspect. I'm not going to spend a lot of time on that. Remember, the gun is loaded. However, you're the one that will pull the trigger on that gun. So if you're on a statin, if you're pre-diabetic, or if you're overweight, you have a strong potential for developing Alzheimer's disease. Interesting. In other words, this is incredibly important. Your lifestyle is the primary predictor for disease. And we'll talk about lifestyle factors toward the end of this. So what illnesses impact? We'll take a look at gender, diagnosis, and how bad it is. If you have diabetes, that doubles your risk for Alzheimer's. And type 2 diabetes is a pandemic, just like coronavirus is. Gender. 2/3 of the Alzheimer's patients are women. Why? We don't know. We think there may be some hormonal components to it, but we really don't know the answer to that. Half of the people have it, don't know it. That's not uncommon. And as I said, it's probably the 3rd leading cause of death. It's really pretty rampant. Those are some risk factors. You can take a look at them. All of those risk factors can contribute to dementia, Alzheimer's disease. The medical community is now using another term, which is a little prior to having dementia. It's called mild cognitive impairment, MCI. So the diagnosis is based on clinical evidence because, as we probably all know, that the only way you can truly diagnose Alzheimer's disease is doing an autopsy, taking the brain slices, and finding aspects of beta amyloid plaques and tau tangles. What are the causes? Western diet. That's your primary cause. Your primary cause is the Western diet. What you eat has a great deal of impact. Now, the other aspect is the genetic aspect, free radicals. I'm going to go through this one real quick. This is more of a chemical thing. What we found out a few years ago, we didn't realize that cholesterol could transpose or bypass the blood-brain barrier in the brain. And what happened was some studies came along and found out that, yes, these cholesterol plaques that are in your body, they combine with the free radicals, and the free radicals combine with ApoE and the neurons and proteins, and they cause beta amyloid plaques. Insulin resistance. Sometimes some people are calling Alzheimer's disease type 3 diabetes. Now, the associated injuries, chronic traumatic encephalopathy, Parkinson's, amyotrophic lateral sclerosis, and Alzheimer's disease. Football players from the National Football League are showing repetitive signs of chronic traumatic encephalopathy. We're pretty sure that leads to Alzheimer's disease, and there are also a huge number of NFL players who are developing Lou Gehrig's disease, amyotrophic lateral sclerosis, brain injuries, death to the neurons. Sugar Ray Robinson died at 67 for attempted blows to the head. Here are some of the risk factors. This is incredibly important. The risk factors for Alzheimer's disease is the same as it is for coronary artery disease. That's an important finding because that disease now, as stated by Dean Ornish, Carl Esselstyn, I keep wanting to go, I want to get close to you, Mike. Anyway, I'm supposed to stand behind the speakers. But I never ran in the lines anyway. I ran with scissors. So the good news is that your lifestyle has a predictive factor in whether you develop Alzheimer's disease or not. And it's the same risk factors for coronary artery disease. In other words, if you maintain a plant-based plant-based nutrition, and you exercise a little bit, and you do some other things that we'll look at in just a second, you will have almost no chance of developing Alzheimer's disease. That's the bad news. You've got to change your behavior, and that's the hard part. We're having a very, very difficult time in changing people's lifestyle from eating meat, fish, all kinds of animal flesh, into not doing that. One of the major issues we have with coronavirus is that the issue that many diseases are caused by meat and food that we eat is being promoted out there, but I don't know whether many people are taking advantage of that issue. All right, here's a slide of good normal vessels. That's over here on this side. That's what you want. You want your blood to flow through there. Why? Because blood is your nutrition. It's the transport system for oxygen, for all the nutrients that you have in your body. When we have cholesterol plaques, they begin to form and they close off the vessels. As you can see, that's from probably an Alzheimer's patient. I don't really know where it came from. So there's a quick slide on Alzheimer's disease. It's kind of a schematic drawing, but you can see the brain is much smaller. We used to use x-rays, and we would say that the brain is atrophied, thus you must have Alzheimer's. Atrophy means small in size, and you can see the deterioration. You can see the sulcus, the coronal lines, they're all changed. The plaques forming there. That brain is Now, here is in doing the research for this presentation, I ran across a number of places, including American Alzheimer's Association, that tell you what to do once you get Alzheimer's disease, and here's what they say. And all three corporations said the same thing. Although Alzheimer's disease has no cure, what we want you to do is you can make the best of a bad situation by keeping your mind and body as healthy as possible, and here's how you do it. It includes eating a healthy diet, getting regular exercise, cutting down on alcohol, using relaxations. They're telling us that after you get Alzheimer's, this is what you should do. I'm telling you that if you do this before you even think you're going to get Alzheimer's, you won't get Alzheimer's. It's the same treatment modality. Now, here are the changes. Remember we talked about prehistoric individuals and how many were out there, and the long duration that Homo erectus had, and the short duration that Homo sapiens had. By the way, do you know what sapiens mean? Homo means man, or mankind. You know what sapien means? Latin word sapien? It means wise. So we're supposed to be the wise man. However, at the rate we're going, I think we should be called Homo not so sapiens. So the one thing that we've done over the past 5 years, we don't have the same physical activity that we had. Our food supply has changed dramatically. It's much different today than it was 5,000 years ago. Stress, much more. It's overwhelming. Even driving here is stressful. It's just, that's the way it is. Life is a stress situation. Loss of social contact. When I was a kid, we used to go to family reunions. And we would see cousins and nephews and people that we didn't know from all over the country. I don't think that's done very much anymore. I never hear of a family reunion anymore. Insomnia. Insomnia is one of the major factors for developing Alzheimer's, interestingly enough. The studies with CPAP individuals indicates that they have a loss of functional ability from their brain due to a lack of oxygen, lack of nutrient that gets to the brain. In sleep apnea, your breathing cuts off. The weight on the throat weighs down and blocks. So when you have sleep apnea, if someone's next to you and they have it, you'll hear them snore, and then there's a hesitation. That hesitation is blocking all of the oxygen getting to the brain. So you're actually having an impairment of nutrition. In 1800, 90% of us lived on farms. Today, less than 2%. So our whole lifestyle has changed. 85% lived in urban areas. We live in urban areas now. The fact is that we are an earth animal. We're really no different than any other animal on this planet, except that we're smarter, so we've built a lot of concrete jungles that we live in now. However, we're cutting the umbilical cord that supplies life to our bodies. Now this is an important slide. It starts off about 12,000 years ago, over here. This point right here is when Christ was born, 2,000 years ago. That's our population. If you'll take a look at the population growth, 2,000 years, here's where it's at today. Almost 8 billion people. It is a given that 8 billion people cannot sustain life on this planet by eating meat. It's a given. It can't be done. This is an incredible, important slide. We are incredibly overpopulated. The earth cannot sustain it. Well, those are the aspects of lifestyle behavior that you need to change if you want to avoid Alzheimer's, dementia, or any other kind of thing. Nutrition, exercise, sleep, stress, social. Those 5 things, if you do them. Now our nutrition, we've moved to a standard American diet, full of salt, fat, and sugars. Terribly ineffective for functioning. Exercise, none of us exercise to the point that we should today. I'm 82 years old. I exercise 5 to 6 times a week. How many times do you exercise? Sleep, major disruption. If you exercise, you get a good night's sleep. I can guarantee you that. I can tell you that as well. Stress, no relief. It's constant. Always going on. Social, lots of family, friends. And when the population gets contracted, we have a lot more enemies. We're a fighting system. The caregivers, one of the things about caregivers is that they have a much higher percentage chance of getting Alzheimer's themselves. In 1905, we had no medications. That was 100 years ago when Dr. Alzheimer's found out. Now, the pharmaceutical company has had over 100 years to find a medication. Big Pharma, they've scored 0. There's not a medication for Alzheimer's at all. There are a number of medications out there, but none work very effectively. And they don't work for very long. If you're interested, this is a good place to go. I'm not connected with a place for moms.com, but they have a great resource. Now, here's a study done by the Journal of the American Academy of Neurology just a year ago. Now, they did an educational group. They did a DASH diet group. DASH diet was developed to reduce hypertension. And they did an aerobic exercise group, and then they did an exercise group with the diet. So what do you think happened? Did any improvement happen? Well, let's take a look at the education group. No, nothing happened with the education group. They still went downhill. DASH diet, no improvement. The aerobic, yeah, they had a little improvement. In fact, Duke University did a study a few years ago comparing exercise to antidepressants. They found out that exercise overrides the antidepressants. You get better of an antidepressant effect from exercise than you do from antidepressants. But when they combine both groups, eating it properly and exercise, that's your key. You've got to do both. You can't just eat a vegan, plant-based diet and think that you're going to be healthy. You've got to move. That's what we're designed to do. We're designed to move. So here's a great slide. Eating animals, sedentary lifestyle, stress, loneliness, and retirement have no evolutionary basis. So what we've done, we moved from an evolutionary type animal to this modern day creature that we're now seeing all around us today. The problem is we cannot survive that way if we continue. We have got to change. My wife told me to make sure I left this slide up just for a little bit anyway. You know, maybe we don't look like this when we're 32, but if you look on the inside, what your coronary arteries are, what your cerebral arteries are, this is what you really look like. Now, the American College of Lifestyle Medicine. This is a new organization, and there are a number of physicians that are coming on board this group. I'm a member of this group, and they promote 5 different things. They promote exercise, they promote plant-based diet. Now, plant-based diet and the vegan diet is different. I'll spend just a moment on that. The plant-based diet is really whole foods, plant-based, and no oil. There are a number of reasons for that. But a vegan diet really has some problems because in vegan food, there's a lot of the foods that are processed and there's a lot of oil that is added. So those two components do not necessarily make for a healthy nutrition. The great thing about the vegan diet is that it eliminates the use of using animals for food. And we've got to stop doing that. Sleep. We haven't really found a good way to sleep except exercise. The more exercise that you do, the better sleep you will get. Plain and simple. Stress, huge, constant, unrelenting substances. Now, here's the other thing that I'm going to show you that is important, that this American College of Lifestyle Medicine. So if you're searching for a doctor, find out if they belong to that group there. If they do, here's the one factor that they promote that other doctors don't. Prevention. So many times if you go to a plant-based doctor who's a member of the lifestyle medicine group, the first question they will ask you is, what's your diet? What are you eating? How much do you weigh? What's your BMI? Prevention. That's the best medicine we can ever offer any patient. So I'm going to let Dr. Klaper come on up if he's just about ready. I've got a few more minutes. I'll talk to you about coronavirus. Oh, good. I went through this pretty quick. I'll talk to you about coronavirus. What do you think about it? Why is it so scary? Well, it's a new disease. And so with any new disease, we in medicine, plus everybody else, we don't know what it can do. We don't know how we can protect ourselves. There are 2 factors that are protecting. One is external, another is internal. The external factors are washing your hands, not touching your face, and other things of that nature. Those are the external. Staying a distance from people, especially when you're coughing. If you cough into your arm, and don't spread the germs around. Those are the external factors. What about internal factors? What can you do? Do you just have to sit there and wait? By the way, my wife watched something on television the other day where, I think it was just yesterday, where they put some kind of powder on children's hands in a classroom and left for an hour and then came back, and apparently the powder, they were able to identify where the powder was throughout the classroom. It was all over the classroom, including on the teacher's hair, everywhere, their faces everywhere. So, yeah, this idea that don't touch your face, I mean, that's almost saying the same thing, don't stretch your butt. You gotta do it, you know? It just happens. So, yes, protect ourselves from the external factors. but there are some internal factors you can do. One, stay away from meat products, stay away from fish, stay away from animal products, because those products cause an inflammatory response in the body. And this coronavirus is causing incredible amounts of inflammatory issues. That's what leads to the pneumonia. That's where they start giving the antibiotics. And that's why if we keep using these antibiotics over and over again, we're going to become resistant to it, and we're in dire straits at that point. So maintain a plant-based diet if you can. Number 2, you've got to exercise. You've got to move. That's what we're designed to do. We are not designed to sit on the couch. We're not designed to get bed sores. We're just not designed to do that. We're a living organism. What else? Stress. We have to learn how to deal with stress in our society. That's why mindfulness has become so popular. That's why yoga is such a wonderful exercise. And that's why Tai Chi is such a wonderful exercise. I do Tai Chi. It's a very slow-moving kind of exercise that stretches every part of your body. How many of you stretch every morning when you get up? Not very many. Do you? What do you do? Watch an animal, watch a dog before they go to bed or when they wake up. They stretch. We don't stretch enough. There you go. All right. Love it. There are all kinds of things that you can do with stretching. So, reducing your stress. We have to learn how to handle the stress. Road rage is incredibly violent, and we're watching all kinds of things on YouTube and the internet about road rage. So the closer we get as a population, the stronger the tension rises and the more violence we will encounter. That's about all I want to do at this point, because I want you to pay very close attention to this gentleman over here. This is one of our gurus in the Plant-Based Nutrition Society. This is a doctor's doctor. This is who I feel is my hero. So I'm going to let him take over, and thank you all very much.
Hey, Vegan Adam, come on up, Vegan Adam.
Vegan food today. Alright, well, we're going to see a lot of hands. But next, we have today's keynote speaker. He is outstanding, and he is a professional, and he's going to amazingly tell you about health and a whole bunch of cool stuff. And so, we're about to introduce him. First, again, I want to mention, electric cars are over there, yoga, music, restrooms, water fountain. There is a photo wall in case you want to get any good photos at the Veg Fest. There's a playground over there, but I want everyone to stay here today and watch Dr. Klaper, and the screen is right here, in case you didn't know. And so here is Dr. Klaper.
Thank you, Evan. Hard to beat that introduction. Hi everybody, welcome to the Ocala Veg Fest. Good for you guys for coming out here. Yay! Most important event happening in Central Florida. Absolutely. We got a lot of things to talk about, and it's good you all brave the many dangers around us to get in touch with your heart. I'm going to talk about some important things that are just pushing their way into the front line of conditions we got to consider. I've been a physician for 47 years, and the last 8 years I've been on the staff at True North Health Center in Santa Rosa, California, reversing serious diseases, diabetes, high blood pressure, etc., with whole food plant-based diets. But seeing patients one at a time is too slow. We got way too much work to do that on a retail basis. So a couple years ago, I left the clinics, and I'm devoting the rest of my medical career to going around to the nation's medical schools. And I want to talk to the first, second, third-year medical students before pharmacosclerosis sets into their brains. And so they think that drugs are the only treatment for these diseases they're seeing. And when I get up to the microphone, I tell them, listen, I'm going to give you the lecture I wish somebody had given me 50 years ago when I was a first-year medical student. It would have changed every diagnosis I made, every treatment recommendation I made. I had some very, very powerful truths that nobody told me. And I tell them, listen, you're going to be learning about diseases from smallpox to leprosy, but when you open the door to your clinic or in the emergency room waiting department or in the surgical outpatient clinic, you're not going to see folks with leprosy and smallpox. You're going to see a large group of people with a small group of diseases. They're overweight, they got clogged arteries, they got inflammation, their insulin receptors are clogged up, they got type 2 diabetes, and they got a host of inflammatory diseases. This is Western medicine. And your professors will say, etiology unknown. We don't know the cause of these diseases. But that's nonsense. We're very aware of the cause. It's the food these people are eating. It's the standard Western diet full of meat and dairy and oil and sugars, and they run this toxic mix through their tissues meal after meal, hour after hour, year after year. And then the doctors are puzzled why the patients get inflamed and clogged up and diabetic. And it's the food. Somebody needs to tell these students this. And they need to be told that if you run a whole food plant-based diet through these people's bodies, you will see something amazing within days of starting a healthy diet. The obesity begins to melt away, the arteries relax, the high blood pressure comes down, the joints stop hurting, the asthmatic lungs stop wheezing so much, the psoriatic skin starts to clear up, the bowels start functioning normally, the migraine headaches get better, and they turn into normal, healthy people. You don't need a bunch of pills and potions and procedures. And everybody who practices a lifestyle medicine focused on plant-based diets, we have dozens of patients, we have dozens of Emilys in our practice who used to be obese and clogged up and hypertensive and diabetic. She goes on a healthy diet, runs lots of soups and salads and steamed veggies and lentil stews and bean chilies through her tummy. And 11 months, this Emily turns into this Emily. And she's off her medication, she's not diabetic, her joints stop hurting. I tell my patients, I want to see you in two places only. I want to see you in the health food store buying your tofu and out on the bicycle path where I'll wave to you as you go by. That's the only time I want to see you people. Go live your lives. Don't be professional patients. And these young doctors need to know this, that they have this power and it's unethical to withhold this information. And I tell them, even if you don't do it yourself, you at least owe your patient a 3-page handout on the way out the door. Listen, you want to get rid of your diabetes, you want to get rid of your high blood pressure, you want to get rid of your lupus, here, check out these websites, look at this eating plan, and go see the plant-based dietitian down the hall. She'll do the counseling, she'll show you the videos, you eat like she says, and come back and see me in a month. Let's see if you're not better, which they will be. This is how medicine should be practiced. And somebody needs to tell these young docs that. So that's what I've been doing. If you would like to learn more about what we're doing, our initiative is called Moving Medicine Forward. Go to my website, drklaper.com, click on Moving Medicine Forward, and you'll learn what we're doing. If you want to bring me to a medical school near you, if you know a medical student at some university, you know someone who's a surgeon or a professor on the staff of med school, give us their name on the website, and we'll contact them and start gearing up a visit. So this is the kind of medicine I've been practicing lately. But I don't want to talk to you about colitis and cholesterol today. I want to talk to you about my biggest patient of all, my most important patient of all. I'm a passionate environmentalist. I love this planet dearly. Since I was a boy in Wisconsin on my uncle's dairy farm in the 1950s, I love the natural world, and I grieve when I see what's happening to it. And I see what's happening to it from 6,000 feet, because I'm a pilot. I fly airplanes. And at 6,000 feet, you can see what we're doing to the planet. What unfolds under the wing of my Cessna grieves my heart. I see the mountains scalped of their forests. I see the rivers running brown with topsoil after every rainstorm. I see rivers sucked dry as the water's taken out of them to irrigate feedlots. I see ecosystems dying in the lakes and in the rivers from the pollution we're putting in. I read of the rainforest cleaved off in the Amazon to make grazing land and cropland for beef. And when I look at the earth as a medical patient, as a physician, I'm shocked. I'm very concerned. She's running a high fever and the temperature's going up. Her digestive system of her soils and recycled nutrients have been poisoned and they've been eroding into the rivers. The circulatory system of the rivers and streams are clogged up and polluted. And from a respiratory point of view, her carbon dioxide level is increasing. She's in respiratory failure. This patient needs to be in the intensive care unit. She is certainly in need of intensive care on all our parts. So what's the reality of this? The inhabitants on the surface of the earth not doing so great either. The most grievous statistic, every 4 seconds on planet Earth someone dies of starvation in this world of plenty, and 3 out of 4 of those lost souls are children. That is so profoundly unfair and unneeded. This became very clear to me in 1986 when I read a remarkable book which I recommend to you entitled Diet for New America by John Robbins, who was the heir to the Baskin-Robbins ice cream fortune. And in it, Mr. Robbins made some realities very clear that changed my entire life. In Diet for New America, the author makes clear that every single one of the major environmental destructive forces we face is directly the result of our industrial scale production of animal flesh, which is in turn driven by our insatiable desire to eat meat with every meal, like this is a normal thing to do. When we read about global warming and climate change and we cluck our tongues and wonder about solar panels and fossil fuels and electric cars, let me refocus the whole picture for you. That's looking in the wrong direction. Yes, all those things are important. We need to do that. But it's not going to solve the problem we face of climbing temperatures and catastrophic climate change. The primary sin, the original and grievous injury that we have done to the planet and continue to do on every day and on every continent is not burning fossil fuel. It's not the jet planes. It's not the trucks on the road. It's the cleaving off of the forests off the surface of planet Earth. Humans have been deforesting planet Earth to build their civilization since the beginning of civilization. And we do that. And we have cut down over half the trees on planet Earth, 46% of them. So what? The problem is this. This is what the forest cover looked like in North America before the white man set foot on this continent in 1620. The forest cover was so dense and so thick that a squirrel here in Florida could jump up into a tree and jump from tree to tree to tree to tree to tree and never step foot on the ground till she came out in northern Minnesota. This is how dense the tree cover was, the forest cover. 230 years later, 1850, there were now 20 million Americans, Europeans, who came over. But by then, by 1850, they were still cutting trees down with hand axes and two-man saws, not very efficient. And as a result, they started to denude some of the eastern seaboard and some of the central forest. But by and large, the forest cover was still pretty much intact. But a mere 70 years later, in 1920, the power chainsaw had been invented. The diesel logging truck had been invented. And you see the decimation that now 100 million Americans of European extraction have inflicted upon the continent. The eastern seaboard forests have been essentially denuded, and the western have been severely depleted as well. Well, so what? What's the problem with cutting down? And why did they cut down all these trees? Is it to make room for the cities? Nope. Cities take up very little actual geographic area. It's not for the cities. No. These forests, by and large, the vast majority were cleared to grow animal flesh, to grow animals, or to grow the food to feed the animals. Let's be very clear. You drive through Iowa and you see all that corn. That corn's not going to tortillas and cornflakes. That's animal fodder. It's going to be shoveled down the gullets of hundreds of millions of cows, pigs, and chickens and animals destined for meat on the plate. You drive through Illinois and you see soybeans growing as far as you can see. Those soybeans are not destined for tofu and soy milk. And that's animal fodder. American agriculture grows animal flesh. 90% of all the grains and legumes grown is destined to go down the gullets of animals destined for meat. And it's happening especially rapaciously in South America, where an acre, a football field a second, is being cleared to make cropland and grazing land for beef. And once you clear the forest, it wants to grow back, and that's not permissible to the beef rancher. So what do? They burn it. This is a NASA photograph taken last May of 2019. What you see in red are the fires burning on the surface of planet Earth over a 10-day period in May. We are burning planet Earth. And the problem is not only the actual physical burning, but when forest is burned to convert it to pasture land, the carbon in the trees is liberated as carbon dioxide, which is a greenhouse gas, and that forest, which was sucking carbon out of the air as the trees grow, is now grassland. So there are no trees on it to take carbon out of the air, but what is on it is grass that the cattle munch and then belch that out as methane and carbon dioxide. And the reality that you need to know that nobody's talking about is that more greenhouse gases have been emitted from land use change, from converting from forest to pasture land, than from burning all fossil fuels. And it's happening on a daily basis. We're continuing to burn trees to make grazeland and cropland for cattle, and we are continuing to burn it to keep it from coming back. This is an interesting number, and I don't want to make your eyes glaze over, but 240 billion tons of carbon dioxide, that's 240 gigatons, have been released since 1790. Why am I telling you this? This is a very important number and a very hopeful number, which I'll give you a reason for hope after I depress the hell out of you a little bit longer, for why this 240 gigaton number actually has some hope wrapped up in it. If you're interested in this, I urge you to go to the website of aPlantBasedDiet.org. You will see the numbers that I'm going to share with you now. Now, I've shortened this talk, and In it, I go through the individual mechanisms by which large-scale animal agriculture drives the soils. After every rainstorm, the rivers of America run brown with the topsoils off Minnesota and Iowa and Missouri and Illinois off fodder fields to grow animals. Most water in North America goes into irrigating alfalfa, corn, and soybeans. It's not to run the cities. Most water pollution is polluted by manure from feedlots as well as herbicides and pesticides draining off corn and soybean fields for animal fodder. Most pesticides and herbicides, including that despicable molecule of glyphosate, of Roundup, is sprayed on corn and soybean fields to grow animal fodder for meat. And all the farmers' fields that you see used to be grasslands and forests teeming with animals. They're gone. We cleave them off. And the species extinction is especially tragic. All this land used to be the homes of millions and millions of birds and mammals and invertebrates. We take them, the hell with them. We want their land to grow animal flesh. And those nasty, horrid insects, kill them all. Let's design more and more pesticides, and we spray anything with more than 4 legs, man, we kill it right away. Well, that's going to leave us with a world without bees. And bees pollinate not only the flowers that soothe our souls, but the fruits and vegetables that we need to stay healthy. The amount of species extinction due to our voracious appetite for animal flesh, since 1970, during the space of my medical career, I graduated in 72, from 1970 to 2012, we have lost 38% of the large vertebrate animals on planet Earth, certainly North America. We've lost 81% of the freshwater fish and salamanders and frogs and turtles. We've decimated the freshwater ecosystems. And we've been clear-cutting the ocean. We've been strip-mining the ocean with these miles-long nets. And in the same 40 years, we have taken out over a third of all the living creatures in the ocean. And these are some terrifying, scary circles that I have to share with you. Way over here, this circle represents the total biomass, the total weight of large vertebrate animals that roamed North America 10,000 years ago when man was just setting foot on the ground. This is the biomass of all the wild animals. This is the biomass of all the Homo sapiens, all the humans at that time, 10,000 years ago. In the intervening 10,000 years, with our sustained plunder and slaughter of the animals, this biomass of wild animals has become this biomass, while the biomass of humans has gone from here to here. And the animals that were farming in 1970 far outweigh the biomass of wild animals, and this is the amount of food that we are raising, the corn and soybeans. In 1970, a mere 40 years later, in the space of my medical practice, the human population has gone from this mass, it's doubled, to now almost 9 billion people. The number of farmed animals has gone from those many billion, that's doubled. The amount of land and water we are using to grow food for these animals has gone up by 5 times. At the same time, the amount of wild animals in the space of these same 40 years is on a downward projection of frightening proportions. You doing this?
My name is Sailesh Rao, and I'm one of the original engineers of the internet. In 2014, researchers at the World Wildlife Fund released a report saying that between 1970 and 2010, in just 40 years, the population of wild vertebrates decreased by 52%. Then 2 years later, they released the second report saying that between 1970 and 2012, the population of wild vertebrates decreased by 58%. So from these two data points, you can perform a simple math calculation to tell you that the current rate of decline, 100% of wild vertebrates will be gone by 2026. This is year zero, the year when all wild animals are gone. It turns out that animal agriculture is not only the number one source of carbon emissions, it is also the number one source of land use on the planet. All over the world, humans are destroying original forests to make room for grazing animals or to grow crops for feeding animals. And then humans are using sophisticated geolocating technology to locate the last remaining schools of fish. And finally, we are pouring all these toxins into the environment, which is killing insects, and which kills the birds which eat those insects. So we are attacking wild animals on land, in the ocean, and in the air. And this leaves wild animals no room to survive. We did some calculations. We took all the land that is currently being used for animal agriculture and restored the native forests that were there on that land in 1800. And it turns out not only that we could sequester more carbon than we've added to the atmosphere since 1750, but we also restore the natural habitat for wild animals to live. It's their world, too. So this is entirely possible. We can bring back the forests and we can heal the climate. And in the process, ensure that year zero never becomes a reality.
We are causing grave damage on this planet and to the other inhabitants. It is their world too, as so many of the booths that are displayed today remind us. And this is the most frightening set of circles of all. Here is year zero that Dr. Rao was just telling you about. If we do not change the course of how we are producing our food, by year 2026, 6 years from now, the human population will be up to 9 billion people. The number of farmed animals, almost 100 billion cows and pigs and chickens. And this is all the food and water that are turned into animal fodder for them. And look at the amount of wild animals that will be left, essentially none. This is frightening enough to contemplate, but the most frightening of all to compensate is what's predicted for the middle of next century. This population of 9 billion humans, these 3 large green circles here, turn into this small green circle here. I shudder to think of the forces that are going to reduce those 3 large circles to this small circle if we do not change our ways. So let's talk about specifically these greenhouse gases that are making our climate warmer, where they're coming from, and what can we do about them. We're talking about carbon dioxide, methane, and nitrous oxide. The majority of them, yes, a lot are coming from coal-fired power plants, and yes, we need to absolutely switch to solar energy and various alternative energies in various forms. Tidal energy, wind energy, it's all basically from the sun. Yes. But if we continue our current production of meat as we are doing, none of that's going to make any difference. Every year, last year, on planet Earth, we raised and slaughtered, we Homo sapiens, 74 billion living creatures. We cut the throats of 74 billion cows and pigs and chickens and sheep and geese, etc. Every one of these 74 billion creatures are breathing out carbon dioxide. Every one of the cattle are belching out methane. They're almost all eating grains that have been raised with fertilizers with ammonia that release nitrous oxide into the air. The raising of these 74 billion animals are major generators of the carbon dioxide and methane and nitrous oxide that are the main greenhouse gases. And when you do those calculations, as Dr. Rao and others have done, it turns out that the contribution of animal agriculture to the amount of greenhouse gases in the air is 87% is really due from our meat habit. Now that's a big number. With the Food and Agriculture Organization from the UN's 15%. No, 87%. Yeah, nonsense. What about all the trucks on the road belching out diesel fuel? That distinction that there's animal agriculture here and then there's transportation. That distinction disappears with one question. What's in the trucks? The entire agriculture industry is in those trucks. Those trucks are full of fuel and tractors and fertilizers and parts and herbicides and pesticides and cattle feed and the animals themselves and the meat that comes from them. The entire restaurant industry is in those trucks. The entire fast food industry is in those trucks. Those trucks are on the road burning diesel fuel to produce meat. And there is no distinction. Think of all the people driving, going to steakhouses and restaurants to eat meat. Think of all the fossil fuels being burned right now in Iowa, Minnesota, and Illinois, running tractors on the farms, running trucks, running irrigation pumps to irrigate all that alfalfa. Think of all the fossil fuels being burned to generate electricity to run the hundreds of millions of refrigerators and freezers that are keeping meat cold in all the homes and restaurants across the continent. This is a cost that nobody's factoring in. But you gotta refrigerate meat, dairy, and eggs right away, or they spoil. You don't have to refrigerate barley, you don't have to refrigerate beans, but man, if you're eating a meat-based diet, you're going to generate a lot of electricity to keep that from spoiling. So when they say 87% of the methane, CO2, and nitrous oxide being released in the air has something to do with our meat production and consumption, that's a real number. We've got to see that we're digging our graves with our forks with our addiction to meat. And it's not fair. It's their world that we're plundering. It's their future. And we've got no right to do that. Well, we'll just eat fish. We have used fishing up. We have strip mined the ocean. Every year we catch and kill 1.3 trillion sea animals. And for every piece of fish on your plate, for those healthy omega-3s, there are dozens of drowned seabirds and whales and sharks and dolphins and turtles in those nets that you never see. And they go sustainably caught. Nonsense. Ask the seabirds, ask the dolphins. We've used fishing up. It's time to let the fish off the hook. It's time to let the oceans heal already. And plus all the fish that are polluted with mercury and pesticides and microplastics. Enough of the fish eating. We are plant-eating creatures. We have basically the same digestive system that our gorilla and bonobo cousins have. And they're up in the trees eating leaves and fruit. They are plant-eating simians. And that's basically who we are. Yeah, gorillas have a bit of cola and we do, but basically we are plant-eating creatures. And when we eat the diet of the mountain lion, we get clogged up, inflamed, and cancerous. We're just being asked to honor the natural anatomy that we have. There's soon going to be 9 billion of us. How are we going to feed them? Because the earth is getting hotter faster now. We'll go into the scary physics behind that. And what are we doing? We are continuing to burn the earth. So what's been our response? What's been our well thought out, reasonable, foresighted response. It's manifested by these folks. If you study this picture, you will see the truth of our situation as the forest is raging and soon to engulf these people. But listen, man, I got to make this point. Don't bother me about that hot stuff behind me here. This has been our response. The federal government certainly doesn't seem to be helping. This is from the Environmental Protection Agency's website, and it's telling children about global warming and climate change and what they can do about it. And you know what they're told to do about it? Do an energy audit of your school and see if there's any windows that need insulation and heat and sealing. Not a word is mentioned about the real cause of why the Earth's getting hotter from what they're going to be served out in the cafeteria at lunchtime, for all the meat and dairy and oils and sugars that these folks are being fed, is really what's driving the sealing of their future fate. So good heavens, what a depressing message. Is that really what you came to this happy festival to hear? Well, on some levels, we all need to hear. But where we go from here? Where lies hope? What can we do? How do we get out of this? We got ourselves in quite a fix here. Well, fortunately, at the Ocala Veg Fest, the answer is all around us. Here's the answer. Read with me. Since the feeding of humans directly with whole plant foods is so much more efficient than growing grains and feeding the grains to animals and then killing the animal and then eating the animal, growing food and feeding it directly to humans is so much more efficient. I'll show you how much. 14 times more efficient. That a transition to a predominantly plant-based food source could easily feed all 9 billion people who are going to be on planet Earth in 2050 a nourishing diet on about a quarter of the land currently used to grow animal flesh. Here's what it looks like. On the standard American diet, one meat and dairy eating guy requires 2 football fields worth of animals and energy to provide all the meat and the dairy and the burgers and the pizzas and the buffalo wings. If this land was growing fruits and vegetables and grains and beans, you can feed 14 people on the same amount of land. Because when you feed grains to animals, most of it comes out the back end as manure. What's left, most of it actually gets absorbed, is burned off as heat, or turned into hair and hide and bone and blood and things that people don't eat. Very little of it turns into meat. It's a very wasteful thing to do. It's so much more efficient to grow carrots and beans and fruits and vegetables and feed it to human beings directly. So that says, what would happen if the world went vegan overnight? We'd have no more need for 74 billion animals or the food to feed them. And that would free up a land area the size of Africa. And on this land, we would need only a quarter of it to grow grains and legumes and fruits and vegetables to feed 9 billion people. Well, what would we do with the rest of the land that's freed up? Let the forest come back. Remember those maps I showed you of North America? Let the original forest start to come back, because as forests start to mature and grow, they take carbon dioxide out of the air and they turn it into these long, tall columns of wood called trees. And as the years go by, the trees get bigger, and every year they take more and more carbon dioxide out of the air. Of the remaining 3/4 of the current cropland, pasture land, not growing food for people, let the original forest return on just half of it. As the trees grow, they take carbon dioxide out of the air. Here's the numbers. Right now, if you take all the forest land growing corn and soybeans and alfalfa and animal food, it's 47 million square kilometers of land. If you took just half of that, 20, and rounded up in 20 million square kilometers of land, you just let that turned back into mature forest, it would take out 265 gigatons of carbon dioxide out of the air as those forests mature. 265 gigatons can be sequestered on just 20 million square kilometers of grasslands and pasture lands. That is greater than the 240 gigatons that have been added to the atmosphere since 1790. All we need to do is change our diet, step back, and let the trees grow. And nature knows what to do. The carbon dioxide level will start coming down as the trees come back. The forests will come back. The soils will stabilize. The rivers will start to run clear again. The oceans will begin to heal. The global warming will decrease. There'll be enough food to feed everybody. The wars and the starvation will subside. We will turn into a sane, healthy species populating this beautiful planet. All for the simple expedient of choosing the bean chili instead of the beef chili. You know, big sacrifice we're asking people to make. But it will change everything if we do that. So what can you do? As Francis Montepay says, hope is what you decide to do in action. 3 things. Educate yourself about the issue, transform yourself into a powerful being that can get things done, and organize yourself to multiply our power. So let's talk about these things. Educate yourself. I urge you to go to the website of Dr. Richard aPlantBasedDiet.org called Comfortably Unaware. This is one of the best websites on the planet. See the videos on his website and read his book by the same name. Comfortably Unaware is right where the meat and dairy industry wants you. Just keep eating those burgers. Don't worry about what it's doing to the planet. You just get this chicken McNuggets and Popeye's chicken sandwich, man. That's all that matters. And how about them giants? You know, they just stay unaware of what meat eating is doing to the planet. And Dr. aPlantBasedDiet makes it very clear that you can put solar panels on everybody's house, you can give everybody an electric car, unless we change our methods of food production, unless we back off using the land to grow animal flesh, and unless we let these forests start coming back in an organized manner, nothing's going to make any difference. Adopting a plant-based diet as individuals to get healthier and as a species to survive is essential step 1. Second, go to the website of the Climate Healers. Read Dr. Rao's white paper on animal agriculture and global warming and climate change. Educate yourself about the issue so we don't get seduced on, well, how many more coal-fired power plants is India going to close before we do anything? It has nothing to do with them. It has everything to do with what we are eating on a daily basis, how we produce that food, and that's why you're at the Ocala Veg Fest, to increase the awareness of that. Blessings on the people who organize this event. If you are a health professional, take a picture of this video. These are websites to visit, and there is a complete education waiting for you on the healing power of plant-based nutrition to not only make patients healthier, but make the planet healthier, make the kids healthier. You go to my website. Oh, I'm sorry, I have one slide. Go to my website, download my 3-page handout. Go to the website of Forks Over Knives. See this film. If you have not seen Forks Over Knives, it will change your life. If you want to see how plant-based diets will reverse serious disease, you'll see a bunch of people doing it. Then go back to their website. If you don't know how to make the food really appear on your plate, go to the Forks Over Knives website, check out their recipes, check out their meal planners. They will take you by the hand and show you how to make this healthy plant-based food happen. This is the website. This is the slide that all health professionals should take a picture of. Each one of these websites, you can spend a year going through all the material that's on nutritionfacts.org, I've got the Medulla's website, I've got the Furman's website, Santa Belief's website. This is a wonderful course in applied plant-based nutrition from the University of Winchester in the UK. Really a well-done course on the application to reverse disease. Go to my website, see my video on thriving on a plant-based diet. Educate yourself. It's really important to know what you are talking about. We got to change who we are as a species. This is one hillside. All that has happened is they built a fence down the middle to keep the cattle from grazing on this side. And you see what nature will do. If you just keep those four-legged locusts off the grasslands there, nature knows how to heal herself. We need to go from the predator species to the caretaker species. We need to become Homo ahimsa. And a lovely slide. Again, this is from the climate eater folks, but we got to go from who we are, the destructive, polluting kind of Homo sapiens, to the Homo compassionist. Lots here to see, obviously. Mahatma Gandhi, he said, yeah, be the change you want to see in the world. But what he's really saying, there's no social change without personal change. We are being called upon as individuals in society to make some big changes, because these big changes are happening around us, whether we like it or not. There are changes happening. We need to rise to meet these changes. So the invitation is start with yourself. Make a move towards getting yourself healthier. If you are vegetarian but still eating dairy products and eggs, stop kidding yourself about the reality of this stuff in your diet. The dairy industry spends billions trying to convince us, oh, the cows in the dairy barn getting milk, and it's a benign product. You don't have to kill the cow to get the milk. That's nonsense. The dairy industry is a slaughter industry, and it's a crime against the sisterhood. Every woman who buys Greek yogurt and low-fat dairy to think that she's helping herself and helping her bones is paying for this invasive insemination of these female creatures. They carry their baby for 9 months, give birth to a 65-pound baby, which is taken away from them within 24 hours so my uncle can harvest the milk from these poor creatures. There's an air of sadness in the dairy barn. I never understood it when I was a kid, but now I get it. Every one of these mothers have just had their babies taken away from them. Tears coming out of this mother cow's eyes are real tears. And kid yourself not. The dairy industry is a slaughter industry. All the male calves are slaughtered for 4 months. They have their throats cut and turned into milk-fed veal. And after 4 or 5 years of calves and milk, as the milk production goes down, every one of these cows sent to the slaughterhouse and turned into hamburger. And when you go to McDonald's and eat a Big Mac, you're eating ground-up old dairy cows. That's what happens. That's where the dairy industry leads. The dairy industry is a slaughterhouse industry. The dairy barn's a short stopping-off place on the way to the slaughterhouse. Stop kidding yourself. And every time you buy that Greek yogurt, you take another infant away from its mother. Slaughter another spent dairy cow. We need to stop paying for this and stop kidding ourselves. We might want to stop doing things just... Oh, while we're there, the dairy industry is just a fright for the environment. What comes, the manure that these dairy installations produce is just stunning. Maybe it's time to stop eating sugar as a food. Maybe it's time to stop drinking so much coffee. Stop the processed foods out of packages and boxes. Get enough sleep. Drink more water. Control your anger. Make a move. Get yourself stronger. Don't dissipate your energy. We all need you to be as healthy and strong as you can be. There's work to do. Get yourself strong. Maybe it's time to start taking a yoga class or meet a friend for a power walk every morning. Get yourself moving. Get yourself stronger. The most important thing is change what we eat. And especially you hardcore veggies who've been vegan for years, you already know this. But the new people who just wandered in here, who got pulled in by a friend, and don't know quite what's going on. It's not a huge jump to make the biggest move you'll ever make. It doesn't cost anything to order the bean chili instead of the beef chili. Now people say, oh, but change. What's going to happen to our world? What's going to happen to my comfort foods? Those comfort foods are dissolving and changing into something else. Embrace that change. We are living in an era of disruptive technologies. For those who don't have gray hair in the audience, this is called a typewriter. And there used to be one in everybody's house. Now, this is a dial telephone. This is a reel-to-reel tape recorder. We watched all these technologies that we thought were going to be here forever. They become antiques right before our eyes. We used to do things. We used to accept practices. Well, that's just the way it is. In 1850 in New Bedford, Massachusetts, the rock stars in the town were the whale harpooners. They used to thrust these harpoons into the brains of these magnificent whales. We look at it now and say, my God, man, how can you even think of doing that? And much to our everlasting shame, in this very state, you could go down to the slave market and buy a black person to be your slave. And the white folks said, well, that's just the way it is. That's the natural order of things. And we think, my God, how can we ever even consider that at this point? Well, how big a jump is it going to be to look at our diet and say, we used to slaughter 70 billion animals a year to eat their flesh. We used to do that? Good for this? Good. And especially today, there's so many other delicious burgers to put in that bun. Surely it can't be that hard to evolve past this barbaric practice. Well, it's going to destroy the economy. It's going to cost trillions of dollars. No, on the contrary, you need to know this. The truth is it's going to save trillions of dollars in healthcare costs. All the coronary artery bypasses not done, all the scans not done, the ICU beds not occupied, and there will be, we're going to be spending trillions on climate change that will be averted. We'll be able to hold on to that money. There'll be money to fix the roads, to send kids to college, put internet in everybody's house. We will benefit from the dividend that comes from evolving to a plant-based diet. It doesn't cost anything to choose the plant-based option. Well, what about the farmers and ranchers? You can throw them all off the land. Yes. No. The farmers and ranchers are not the enemy. The slaughterhouse workers are not the enemy. They're our friends and our neighbors. They are growing our food. Help these people. Here's an idea. This is a time for out-of-the-box thinking. Help the farmers and ranchers transition from animal-based agriculture to a plant-based agriculture. A novel thought. Why don't we build a few less aircraft carriers and close a few of the 700 military bases the U.S. maintains around the world, and take the billions of dollars we will save from those two maneuvers and establish the Farmers and Ranchers Transition Administration and help these people. For 10 years, send them to community college, learn how to grow new crops, buy their seeds for them, buy their equipment for them, pay their health insurance for 10 years, pay their crop insurance, send their kids to college, pay the mortgage on their house. Help these people transition. Don't make them suffer. Don't grind them up in the gears as the economy shifts. They are people growing our food. Help them. It's just a matter of money and creativity. We can do this. But it starts with the understanding, we could do that. It's so much better than building another aircraft carrier or fighting another foreign war. Clearly, the physics and the biology exist to permit all this. It's been everybody on Earth to thrive by rapidly evolving our diet to a predominantly plant-based one. All we need is the widespread understanding of the desirability, actually the necessity of this plant-based nutrition and the political will to do it. Action is required. Hope is not what we find in evidence, it's what we become in action, as Francis Moore says. You picture that one? That's a good one. Hope is not what we find in evidence, it's what we become in action. When you start doing something, that's what gives you hope and everybody hope. So, we're not alone. Look around you. Look who's here. Look online. Can see who go to these wonderful causes and you see which one calls to you. Something will call you and help them. Educate yourself and lend your energy. We're going to do something. We can all reduce the meat and dairy we're eating or eliminate it. But everybody's got a gift. What's your gift? What can you contribute? Because we all need to pitch in something. We are in deep doo-doo. So locally, be an example. First and foremost, people watch what you eat. They watch what you serve for dinner. They watch how your body changes. As a memory, let's be a good example. But also, have a potluck at your house. Bring people over. Show forks over knives. Show what the health. And feed them. Put healthy food in their mouth. That alone will change people's lives. You have to say a word. Let the film and the food do the talking for you. And share your understanding. Find out where your food comes from. Find out where your water comes from up here. Join a community-supported agriculture. Every week you get a box full of organic veggies delivered to your back door, and you're supporting the organic farmers that are growing it. And nationally, the whole circus in Washington, they pay attention when they get written letters or phone calls. They think every written letter we get was worth 10,000 votes from people who feel the same way, but haven't bothered to write. So write your congressman. What are you going to tell them? I'll show you in a minute. Do you even know who your congressperson is? Go to whoismyrepresentative.com, put in your zip code, and you'll see who your senator representative is. Then you write them a note. Tell them that large-scale meat and dairy production is destroying the planet, destroying our country, destroying our health system, and you don't want them supporting, especially subsidizing the meat and dairy folks. If anything, subsidize the veggie folks. So I urge you, stay connected with the Physicians Committee for Responsible Medicine, PCRM. They are tuned in to what legislation is coming up in Washington. And if they send out a notice that such and such is a good bill and support it, or such and such is a bad bill, oppose it, well, read up on the bill and see if you agree. And if so, then write your congressperson, give them a call, let them know how you feel, get involved. And internationally, the vegan awareness is dawning around the world, and on every continent. It is so exciting. I was in Riga, Latvia in the summer. Then we went to Tallinn, Estonia, and we stepped on, it was a vegan cruise ship. So I stepped off the boat in Riga, Latvia, and I fired up Happy Cow, and 11 vegan restaurants in Riga, Latvia. We went to Tallinn, Estonia, 9 vegan restaurants in Tallinn, Estonia. It's happening everywhere, especially among the young people. What's happening, we got to make meat eating as uncool as smoking cigarettes and wearing fur. I tell the Mexicans, if you're in a meeting and somebody pulled out a Marlboro and lit up, what would your reaction be? You'd say, are you still doing that, man? Are you still doing that? In this 21st century, are you still doing that? Well, we want to get it when people order a steak or a beef burger. If people say, are you still eating that stuff? Man, don't you know what that does to your arteries? Don't you know what it does to the planet? Don't you know what it does to the animals? Man, put something else in that bun besides beef. We can do this. Magic is required. We've seen magic before. When I grew up, the Berlin Wall was the biggest, nastiest structure on Earth, and it was the manifestation of Soviet power that was going to be there forever, we thought. But 28 years of Beatle music, blue jeans, and Western culture changed the minds of the people on both sides of that wall. And one weekend in 1989, we saw that wall come down. And we saw it because people understood that wall no longer is relevant to them. It's time to break it down and push past it. And we can do this with the idea that eating meat is necessary and natural and normal. Nonsense. That's another wall we need to push down. We saw Nelson Mandela walk out of jail and become the president of his nation. We can do this. We've made such great progress. The restaurants are serving vegan food. You can buy vegan goods in every supermarket. The media is a lot more sympathetic to the idea of being vegan than it was a few years ago. There's more celebrities and sports stars and university courses. The vegan renaissance is happening. You do what you can do wherever you are to help this and to normalize this, to understand that this is the way humans need to live on this planet. Best, most powerful magic is young people in the internet. And it turns out the millennials, God bless them, are driving a worldwide shift away from meat. Turns out that there's been a 600% increase in Americans identifying as vegan, and most of them are in the millennial generation. Movies like The Game Changers, which you saw this morning, have certainly normalized the idea of eating plants. And if any of you think that you can't develop rippling muscles on a plant-based diet, I invite you to fire up your web browser, type in 3 words, vegan bodybuilders, and hit images and see who shows up on your screen. Do any of these lovely people look protein deficient to you? I know most of these people. I want to call your attention to Jim Morris at age 61. Here's Jim Morris at age 71. Last year I was 71. I looked just like this. Under my clothes, this is what a vegan diet will do for you. But I go for 20-mile bike rides and do my yoga and I'm no medications. I'm 72. And I feel like I did when I was 35. But the most important body is this one. This is an Okinawan sweet potato farmer, and he's 100 years old. This is what the Homo sapiens body should turn into on a whole food plant-based diet. But he's got a smile on his face because he knows he's doing good work to feed his family. He goes home at night. He's an honored, respected member of a society that's contributing. This is where our lives should go, to put that smile on all our face and create a body that looks like this. It's doable on whole plant foods. You're not going to do this on burgers, pizzas, and buffalo wings. Those folks advocating paleo diets are dispensing dangerous advice. These folks are setting themselves up for bad diseases. The people improve initially because they tell you stop eating dairy and oil and flour products, and if you do that, you're going to lose weight and feel better, and your numbers will get better temporarily. But packing your intestines full of meat 3 times a day is a great way to set yourself up for an epidemic of colon cancer, clogged arteries, heart attacks, strokes, type 2 diabetes, dementia, as you just heard the previous speaker mention. It's a diet of death, certainly for the individuals. We are not carnivorous apes, but also these folks are saying paleo is the best way to eat, keto is the best way to eat, eat meat 3 times a day. Are they seriously advocating a flesh-based diet 3 times a day for 9 billion people? Given the realities of what I started my talk with, this is a diet of death. You would need 15 planet Earths to do that. You should dispense with any such ideas that this is the future of our diet. Just the opposite. A plant-based future is the one that will give these folks a future that we can feel good about bequeathing them. They deserve a better future than a ravaged planet that our animal flesh production consumption has created and will make worse for them. They deserve a better future than that. We all deserve a better future than that. So I'll ask, what's on your plate? If it's plants, you're contributing to a healthier body and a healthier future. If there's any part of an animal on your plate, ponder what you just heard there and decide maybe it's time to evolve your diet to a plant-based diet. If so, I'll be around next year and the year after and the year after to hug all of you and thank you for your contribution.
Dr. Klaper, anyone have any questions for Dr. Klaper?
Yeah, so actually she does, and so she wanted me to ask you why you talked about the milk, but you didn't talk about the eggs.
Right, okay. The eggs have problems with them, to say the least, and dairy often includes eggs there, but she's right. We we can go through the individual issues with eggs. The egg yolk is the most concentrated saturated fat and cholesterol on the planet. The white is full of choline that fosters TMAO in your intestine, setting up for heart attacks and strokes. Rather than me going into this, I urge you, go to Dr. Greger's website, nutritionfacts.org, and if you click on his topics, you'll see this little alphabet appear. Click on E for eggs and watch his little 5-minute videos on the problem with eggs. And he goes into exquisite detail. But in clogged arteries, such up for cancers and dementia, one egg a month will hurt you. One piece of meat this much a month, no, it's probably not going to hurt you. You have to get complete vegan. No, you don't. But the more flesh you eat, the fatter, sicker, and more inflamed you're going to get. So when it comes to meat and eggs, less is more. I'm not going to appear in a puff of smoke and slap your wrist if there's an egg in your refrigerator. But don't see it as a health food. I would urge you to evolve your diet past it. Olive oil is the question. Here you go. The problem with the oils is this, and more health-promoting counselors are saying evolve past vegetable oils. Why are we saying that? It's not because we are anti-fats. Fats are good. You need fats in your diet. Your skin oils are made of fat. Your brain's wrapped in fat. Your hormones are made of fat. You need some fat every day. But the point is to get it out of whole plant foods, get it out of olives and avocados and flax seeds and walnuts. Why? Because when you eat a walnut, when you eat an olive, when you eat a piece of coconut, the micro droplets of olive oil, walnut oil, flaxseed oil, they are firmly attached to the fiber, to the meat of the walnut or of the olive. And as a result, when you eat it, it takes hours for your digestive enzymes to work their way into that piece of walnut, for the amylase enzymes to start breaking up the starches, and then for the lipase enzymes to get in and emulsify the fats and to absorb it. And as a result, the amount of fat that actually gets into your bloodstream is a very small amount. It rises slowly over hours. One passes through your liver, it's taken out. It doesn't produce much of a pharmaceutical effect. But you send those olives to the press, or that coconut meat, or that walnut, and you press the fat out. And now you've got liquid fat in the bottle. You got oil. And that's liquid fat in the bottle. That's all that it is. When you pour 2 tablespoons of that on your food and eat it, or take it right off the spoon, nothing slows down the absorption. That stuff leaks into your bloodstream. Now you got 2 tablespoons of oil floating in your bloodstream, and it starts exerting pharmaceutical effects that you don't want. The oils themselves injure the inner lining of the arteries. They injure the epithelial lining, so the artery is unable to dilate, and it loses that lovely elasticity that absorbs some of the shock waves that come out of the heart when the muscles contract. And the fat in the oil surrounds the red blood cells, and you get this tiny little film of oil around the red blood cells. You can see it on the microscope, under light face microscope. So what? Well, that makes the blood cells sticky, moving more slowly. You get sludging in the capillary beds because the oil, you can see it under the microscope. The oil is moving very, very slowly. So what? Well, when these are red blood cells that are dropping off oxygen to your tissues. As it enters the capillary beds in your brain, your heart, your kidneys, your retinas, those red cells are moving so slowly that the brain cells, heart cells, retinal cells at the beginning of the capillary beds have a long time to extract oxygen out of those red cells. By the time that poor red cell gets to the end of the capillary bed, there's no oxygen left. And those poor brain cells, retinal cells, kidney cells wind up short of oxygen. You get a downstream tissue hypoxia from these slow-moving red cells from these heavy saturated fats. No other animal crushes the fat out of olives and coconut and drinks the oil. It's a bizarre thing to do. If you want fats, then have a handful of walnuts, throw some olives on your salad, grind up some flaxseeds, get it out of whole foods, not out of a glass bottle. It is an unphysiologic thing to do. Yes,
Evan, you look at
Hi, I've recently transitioned to whole food plant-based diet. I do want to thank you for all of your time and your effort to get the message out because it's hard without the resources. And I can watch you on YouTube anytime I want. It's been very helpful.
thank you.
wanted to
By the way, I'm posting this video on YouTube this week, so you can see the environmental talk on my website.
My question is, when you talk about what can we do, talk to our representatives, does it help to go into a restaurant and ask, do you have something whole food, do you have something vegan, or even a fast food restaurant? Does it help to just ask, or do we need to send a letter to corporate?
Oh, she was sent from heaven with that question. She said something so important that yes, we got to organize in Washington, all that stuff. But the most important thing is locally, what we each do in our daily lives, and one of the most powerful, important things you can do is in whatever restaurant you're in, Italian restaurant, Chinese, East Indian, Mexican, is to, I wait for everybody's put in their order. I call the waiter or the wait person over, and I whisper the word, I'm vegan. This one looks good. Can you make it to hold the chicken? Oh yeah, we can do that. This one looks good. Can you make this to hold the cheese? Oh yeah, we can do that. Thank you. Just whisper me. No, I mean, we make a big scene of it in front of my whole dinner party there. To make her feel bad, but I use the word, and she knows she's got a vegan customer here that is going to pay her tip. And believe me, when good foods come out, the chefs are so bored flipping those burgers. They want to make something healthy and interesting for you. So absolutely, 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 ask and you shall receive, someone once said. Clever turn of phrase. Yes, in the restaurant, ask for vegan foods, and that's what they will dawn on them. Hey, we got a bunch of vegans here. Maybe you want to put a vegan item on the menu, and that's how it happens. So keep asking. And
Dr. Klaper, we also have leave behind cards that are nonprofit tent right here. This white tent, which is what the idea you're saying. It's a card you leave when you pay your bill. You leave it with the payment. And then they get the word to you, they pass that along, and it tells information about the local vegan group here, they can join, and etc. So pick them up for free right here. Right over here,
cards
for
and
free.
pass them out. So we have time for one last question.
What do you think about McDonald's and Burger King now?
What do I think about McDonald's and Burger King plant-based meat? Thank God, God went to heaven. God bless him. I have a file on my computer labeled things I never thought I'd see. And once a week at least, something will go by, and I never thought I would see that. And Burger King serving plant-based burgers, and McDonald's serving plant-based burgers. No one's saying they're the bastion of health, and they're full of processed protein and oil. Yeah. But there's no cholesterol in them, there's no antibiotics, no animal had to die, no forest got cut down. They are light years better. They're novelty foods, they're a treat food. If you really want it, have one once a month, they're a little treat. What they're for is to help Joe meat and potato guy get off that beef burger onto the plant-based burger. If they do that, they are worth their weight in gold. So I'm a big fan of those burgers. But if you're already vegan, don't eat a lot of them. You have one for a treat every couple of months. But by and large, they're doing a very, very important job. So it's another sign of the time. We can win this one. We can turn it around. But that's one of the early steps. Good for them. So 3 o'clock, Mike, was it 3 o'clock speaker? So if so, then...
Yes, it's 3 o'clock. Brad, are you here? Come on to the stage, Brad. We see Brad Talbot here. We can do another question. Oh, there he is. Here he is.
There's Brad. My website. Thank you, everybody.
All right, how are we all doing today? I just want a quick question. I want you to raise your hand if you're vegan. Oh, wow, that's a lot. Wow, could you imagine? I just want you all to give yourself a little bit of credit, okay? Because in today's society, you are the minority. You need to be proud of being vegan. You made the decision to go against societal norms, against all the pressure, to decide what you think is right. And a lot of times I ask people what their number one regret is, and I don't know if you relate to this, but they just wish they knew these things sooner. Think about all the people out there who have all these misconceptions about how expensive they think it is, or where will I get my protein? And it is only a few number of people out there, people like you who are already vegan, who can actually tell these people these things.
Well, before you keep talking, I just want to tell everyone, this is my friend, Brad Talbot, and he's going to tell me a whole bunch of stuff.
Yeah, Anonymous and Voiceless.
He's with Anonymous for the Voiceless, and he's going to tell all about that.
Yeah. So before I go into Anonymous and the Voiceless, I just wanted to continue saying, when I first went vegan, I felt like the emperor was wearing no clothes, and everybody was saying he was wearing clothes. I just kept looking everywhere and was double think. Everything that was super obvious to me, the World Health Organization said it was clear. The FAO, they will cause of deforestation, heart disease, all these things that seem so obvious and clear. With all the evidence you definitely saw behind me. Why does nobody get it? Why is the rest of the world just so blind to this? But the same thing happened to me before I found out. Only a few number of people out there, people who are already like us, can actually tell and educate the public about these things. And I felt so motivated. I wanted to let everyone know, but I didn't know how to do it. I mean, the step between becoming a passive vegan and an active one is daunting. And you're scared to speak in public. You're afraid, what if I'm wrong, when some guy makes me look stupid, and everything in between. But if it's enough reason for you to go vegan, it's definitely enough for you to share with everybody in the public and everybody around you. Nobody wants to be that stereotype, you're afraid of bending backwards or anything, but I actually found a really easy, simple way to take that next step into joining public speak. And that is Anonymous and the Voiceless. Oh, clapping, yes, okay. I think a lot of you might already know about us, but I guess I can go into a little bit of detail. It started in Australia a couple of years ago. The number of chapters started out small at first. Now there's about 1,000 of us around the world, everywhere from Japan to America, all throughout Europe, Africa, every continent. We're well, maybe not Africa, maybe not Antarctica, but we're everywhere. And even if you're not living near here, there's chapters near you wherever you go. You might be in Canada, you might be in New York, you might be in the middle of nowhere, Colorado. There's like 7 chapters there. There's 12 chapters here in Florida. I just happen to be one of the organizers for the Fort Myers chapter. We got some Gainesville chapter people over here. If you ever wanted to find one, just look it up online. So what you see behind us is what a cube of truth looks like. We have 2 components of a cube of truth. This is how we interact with the public. We perform public art performances where we wear masks and we're quiet. We represent the animals that are quiet. And should I say silence, because they don't have a voice. And it's up to us to be their voice for them. Nobody wants to look at the things that are happening, but who gets the plate and is victims. You can see a lot of the crowd, the public, seeing things that they otherwise wouldn't be able to see, because nobody makes money to tell you the things you don't want to hear. That's why we're here. We're volunteering our time and our mission space. So what you're seeing, I think this was in Germany. Am I correct? So, but there's cubes just as big as this. And we actually have like a super cube every now and then, sometimes in Florida, and they get pretty big too. So there's 2 components. There's the public art performance. People inside the cube. If you're very introverted or scared to speak out loud, this is a very necessary, very neat, very helpful way to get started. And then we have people outside the cube who speak to the public, much like you're seeing right here. And these are the people who believe in a one-on-one conversation. We want to listen. 40% talking. We believe in the law of the Socratic method. We want people to develop their skills. And I don't know people out there who follow folks like Earthling Ed, James Aspie, Humane Hancock. Oh yeah, a lot of those people get connected. You see them do a lot of outreach. They're in a cube most of the time. A lot of the times at least. And you don't have to be perfect. That's the point. You can come to these things and you can develop your outreach skills. You don't even have to do outreach. As long as you're getting involved with your local chapter, you're doing so much for the environment, so much for the animals, and so much for other people's lives, especially the animals. So at this point, I'd like to invite some folks who are from Anonymous and Voiceless. Would you like to tell them which chapter you're from?
Hi, my name is Dawn. I'm from the Gainesville chapter of Anonymous for the Voiceless. So I came to AV about a year and a half ago, and I came to AV after seeing a recruiter video on Facebook, actually, And I saw the Korean video and I was like, hell yeah, I want to do that. That looks awesome. And the kicker for me was at the end, they used the Albert Einstein quote. Those who have the privilege to know have the duty to act. And at that point, I had been vegan over 10 years, and I had never gotten into activism. I didn't think it was something for me because I'm an extreme introvert, I'm shy, and quite frankly, talking to the public terrified me. But so after attending my first Cube of Truth, I realized that just standing in the cube was much more impactful than I ever thought it could be. I could stand in the cube, wear the mask, hold a TV, and not have to talk to the public. But yet here I was able to show the footage of what was happening to these animals, showing the torture that they endured. I was their voice. And standing behind the mask, I was able to be a part of that moment, seeing people's reactions, their shock of seeing the footage, their outrage, and sometimes actually their anger and their tears. And it was very powerful being able to watch the veil be lifted from their eyes. So, and not only that, as Brad had said, that there's two parts to the Cube of Truth. There's the people standing in the cube, and then there's the outreachers. Without somebody standing in the cube, the outreach conversations can't happen. So we need both sides. We need the introverts and we need the extroverts. So if you've ever thought about getting active, Anonymous for the Voiceless is the perfect way to get started.
Thank you. Oh, wow. All right, I'm going to introduce you to Justin Clark. You might have seen him speak earlier. He's also an organizer of the Fort Myers chapter. And at this point, we're just going to... Does anybody have any questions about where they can get involved or what's it like to do outreach? Any question? There's no stupid question. Only fun ones. We have some funny outreach stories too.
Years ago, I used to put pumpkin stores. We signed petitions. So somebody that really knows because I don't see there's a lot going on. Because when scientists don't know pesticides in the sea, and then it's going also into the ocean, it's animal-vicious. So you can tell that his size that he doesn't know what's going on. And it's all about jobs. So we're looking at
If you ever wanted an opportunity to try to speak to the public like that, this would be a good way to try to do that. We're primarily about the animal rights, though. That's what our interest is. Do you want to share an outreach story?
So I think the funniest story I have from being Anonymous for the Voiceless was actually probably I think it was 2 cubes ago or 2 events ago, where there was this very angry older woman who came up and started yelling at us, and her daughter followed her. And her daughter was a little bit older too, probably about 30 years old. And then she came up to us and started yelling about how the footage was fake and how this isn't really how they treat animals. And I stayed very, very calm because I remember that people were telling me, you have to stay calm, literally no matter what, you can't make a scene. So I was like, so I started asking her questions. So instead of saying, oh, this is true, or this is not true, or you're lying to me, or you're the one who's wrong, I just started asking her questions. And I said, so you believe that this footage is fake, right? And then she was like, yes, I do. And I was like, if I were to show you the footage, would you take the time to see if it was real or fake? And if I showed you where it came from, would you believe me if it turned out being true? And then she stormed off because she didn't want to see it. And then I said, if you want, we also have the court documents available that were submitted from this investigation if you'd like to see them. And she stormed off. But her daughter was there, and her daughter was like, I know this is true. So she actually came back to us, and I started talking to her, and I had an amazing outreach where she was like, oh yeah, I want to go vegan. This is all really interesting. I've never thought about it this way before. And it just really goes to show that you have to be really, really calm with people, because if you're the person who's acting nice and calm, and there's someone screaming at you, you seem like the more reasonable person, and then people will justify to themselves what you're saying. Because if you're having a shouting fest, they're going to think that you're both unreasonable. But if you're the one who's very calm about it, then it helps a lot.
Amazing. And we got another outreach story. You want to share how your experience with AV has been?
Absolutely. My name is Robert Moody. I am originally down from Orlando. I run with AV Orlando. I actually support multiple chapters from Gainesville to St. Augustine to Jacksonville to Tampa. So my experience with AV has been, all positive ever since I started. It's basically what allowed me to meet so many great, amazing people that has become like my vegan family. And, so I find myself on the weekends seeing these people every single weekend traveling. And the great thing about AV is it provides a platform and a structure for me to interact with the public. And I learned how to do outreach. I learned how to talk to people and, present the idea of veganism and help people align their morals with their values. What initially got me involved with Anonymous for the Voiceless was I was looking for a way to get active. I was looking for a way to meet people. And the real question is, can I do more than just buy plant-based junk food from grocery stores and post it on Facebook and post social memes? Like, can I actually do more? Like, maybe I can get off my ass and, learn a few new things and talk to people. So, honestly, for me, getting started with AV is what started it all. Then I find myself getting involved with other vegan activist organizations. I'm learning different types of activism. And for me, my talents are best suited with talking to people, having conversations, just spreading that truth, awareness, education. It's basically me sharing, and a lot of it, usually I have to tell my vegan story like over and over and over, so it does get a little repetitive, but it helps break down those barriers with people. It gets them on a level where I'm not here to argue with you, I'm not here to challenge you, I'm here to, we're all here to help you. Because for 31 years of my life, I was an avid meat eater, I was dairy, and what initially got me on this path was, health reasons. So, but what kept me in it for the long term was, the ethics and the morals, and it took me a while to get there. But once I got there and made that connection, that's what keeps me going vegan. So November this year will make 3 years vegan for me. So I continue to spread the vegan message through education and through outreach. And Anonymous for the Voiceless has provided that for me. So the best thing I could really ask for all of you here is every time I go to a Veg Fest, every time I go to a vegan event, I see huge turnout. So, we all want to stand up for our beliefs, but we can't do this by ourselves. We need your help. And what I would really love for each and every one of you to do is go on Facebook, go to aPlantBasedDiet.org, find your local chapter and get involved, because we're not going to make this change by ourselves. There's a lot of vegans, not too many vegan activists. If you think about it and you come get active, we could literally take over the world. And ultimately, that's the ultimate goal. So, anytime I can inspire a vegan uprising, which is what I'd love to see, then I'm going to do it, and I've got the mic. So that's exactly what I'm going to do. So thank you so much. Love you all, and it's good to be back in Ocala. This is my, I was here last year for the first Veg Fest, so I really like coming out here, but thank you all.
Amazing. Thank you. So, if you saw the Animal Rights March that happens every year. I think last March, Earthling Ed gave a speech in the UK, or London. I think that was where the march was. And he said something I think really speaks volumes. I think he was quoting someone, but it went like this. There's three kinds of people out there. There's the person beating the dog. There's the person who chooses not to beat the dog. And then there's the third person who sees the guy beating the dog and says, hey, could you stop doing that? Maybe you shouldn't do that. So if you want to take that extra step and become that third person and be a voice for the animals that don't have a voice, this is a very, very easy way to get involved. And at this point, I have nothing more to answer questions. So, yeah. Ask me any questions. Hopefully relevant. Hi.
How do you typically start your conversations? How do you typically start your conversations when someone comes up to you and says, "Oh, what's all this about?"
So it's really, really. Some people think there's a nice trick to it. There's the perfect way to try to break the ice, but often enough, we're not even speaking to people unless they're already enthralled with the film that they're watching anyways. Our philosophy isn't to chase people down with pamphlets. We're not screaming anybody means murder, although that's a different kind of activism. It's very important. That's just not what this is. Usually, a lot of times the best thing to say is pretty simple. It's to say, hi, have you seen this footage before? How are you doing? How does this make you feel? Well, and you don't have to reinvent the wheel. Now, I know what you want to a lot of people like to flowchart it from there because some people are very, very prioritize different things. Sometimes you might figure out what they care about. Is it the environment? Is it their health? Or is it the animals? You can try to figure out what they catch a feel for, and you can try to expand upon there because people, they want to know a lot of things. They want to learn. You just got to figure out what they got to know. So, yeah. Does anybody else have any more questions?
Actually, I don't have a question. I was going to say, kind of add to that sometimes I found the feel, felt, found. So that kind of helps you put them in their place, and you kind of have that, yes, I feel, felt, found, exactly. So that kind of creates rapport with whoever you're speaking to.
Yeah, what she just said, the feel, felt, found, was spoken in a, did you see Publisher's video? Okay, that's where it's from. Okay, I saw that too. So one technique you can use, and a lot of salesmen people use this too. And it worked. It's proven, data-driven to work. It's the feel, felt, found technique. So when someone says, "Oh man, I don't know. I think I might like the taste of meat too much," what you say is, "Well, I understand how you feel. I felt the same way, but then I found out that you can just move your hand 4 inches to the left and get the exact same experience." So it's a very good. You've done some cubes. I can tell you have. And oh wow, that's great. Did you want to share any stories or any experiences you've had inside a cube? You can come up here and talk. Any funny story? I heard somebody. Didn't you say that your first cube experience, the first person you spoke to was unironically for cannibalism? Like he was just like. Yeah, you meet some interesting people on the street. So. What's the cube? Yeah, I'll repeat it. So the cube is our public art performance. So you stand in a square little formation, and everybody inside is much like a statue. You're not looking left or right. You're not scratching anything. If you can help it, you're just there and you exist. And you're holding onto either a sign or a TV showing local standard practice slaughterhouse footage. And depending where you are, right? So it's always localized. That's why the lots of chapters so you get the footage. And we actually show you a cube behind us to actually see what they're looking at. Here they are. So the reason that we use the Guy Fawkes mask, I get that question a lot, is that I think there's 3 reasons. One, in the history of the mask is victim of the oppressor. So there's always an oppressing and a victim situation going on. And the Guy Fawkes mask represents the oppression of people trying to be that anonymous average Joe that's being the victim. So that's kind of the animal being the average, the people that aren't being considered, the victims that aren't really being looked at. They're anonymous. It also serves utility-wise as like a mascot. So people kind of know it's AV when they see the mask a lot of times, although it could be a lot of things. We all know what we're talking about when we see the mask. And the third thing is, and this is something I have a hunch on, I think it might be easy to find that mask anywhere. If you're starting a chapter, whatever area of the world, you can probably find that mask. But even if you can't, sometimes you might see people not using that mask. I've seen some places where they're in the public space in a different country or not making freedoms, they're not allowed to wear masks, they put blindfolds on. So but the idea is that you're trying to take attention away from yourself and more so towards what the footage is. And what's nice about that, and you'll hear this from people inside the cubes, when you wear that mask, people don't look at you. So you get like a hidden camera, kind of like a candid camera point of view of people reacting. It's a pretty interesting situation. You'd have to be inside a cube to like figure out what it's like, which join a cube. It is a great way to learn. Yep. If you don't have time to shadow people doing outreach, it's a great way to learn because you hear the conversations going around you. We've had so many introverted people who are afraid to speak to the public start out in a queue, but 45 minutes into it, they're just like, oh, I'm going to take this mask off. I got to talk to this guy over here. Yeah. All right. Get over here. I'm going to ask a question. I want to say something.
Do you mind if I share my favorite strategy that I found with people? So usually after giving my pitch at the beginning, I say, do you have the time for a little bit of a thought experiment? And then they usually say yes. And I say, imagine if there was a squirrel that was right in front of you, and someone picked it up and said, I'm willing to put the squirrel in a cage for 3 years, so it gets nice and fat, and then I'm going to eat it at the end. Would you try to stop it? And then most people will say, yes, of course I would. And then I would say, now imagine that person was you doing that. If you were to do that yourself, would it be the worst thing you've ever done in your entire life? And then people would say, yes, definitely. And I would say, would it be too far off to say that every time you go to the grocery store and you're consuming animals, you would be paying someone to do by far the worst thing you've ever done in your entire life if you were to do that yourself? And then they say, oh my gosh.
We are the villain.
You got 7 minutes.
7 minutes for questions. Or if anybody would like to share an AV story. I haven't even shared a story yet. Oh man, I can't even think. So, I actually was in Toronto, and this is a story about someone who's already vegan, but I just had to share their story. So this person used to actually work at a slaughterhouse. He actually slaughtered hundreds and hundreds of pigs since he was like 17 years old. And then, for somehow, he doesn't think anything of it. And then he became vegan, and now he's actually fighting for animals, and he actually organizes a chapter up north in Canada. And I just found that so interesting that even though you are a part of it, and it happens in front of you every day, there's still room to make that connection. Because culture is an example of having a belief on accident. And you gotta make sure you're looking deep inside yourself, make sure you have your beliefs on purpose. So, I just thought that was a nice little anecdote. Any other questions, comments, concerns? I'm going, what's up?
What did you say the Facebook app was?
Yeah, just Google Anonymous with the Voiceless. There's it's .org. In Facebook, there's multiple chapters, but the easiest way to find a chapter, there's a key, there's a bunch of them. Yeah. And just like he said earlier, there's tons of people that show up to these events. There's a lot of passive vegans out there, the people who are already taking an extra step. The next step is not as hard as you might think to be an active one. Yeah, I'm out of gas. Hi.
So, I feel like I'm pretty good at reading facial expressions when I'm talking to people at the cubes. So if I'm talking to someone and they're just nodding their head, I can usually tell whether they're invested or not, or if they're just agreeing just because they want to get through the conversation so they can leave. And normally I just let them leave at that point. And there's some people that are very visually and auditorily engaged, so they're going to talk back to you and say, oh, this or that. They're going to strongly agree or strongly disagree. But there was one person in particular, and I was just going through the motions with her, and I was I was checking every single step along the way to make sure she was agreeing with me. So I would ask questions like, oh, do you agree with this? Or do you agree with this idea? And I would say two different things and ask her to put the pieces together, and then she would say, oh yeah, I totally agree with that, that makes a lot of sense. But she didn't talk a lot. She seemed very shy, but her facial expressions would change dramatically compared to everyone else that I was interacting with. And then when I got to the point where I was asking her about whether going to the grocery store is the same as paying someone to do the worst thing that she would have ever done in her entire life, her jaw just dropped and she covered her mouth. And I asked if she wanted a card, and she would look up one of the documentaries, and she said like a very clear yes. So I just thought it was funny that there was a person who was so emotionally invested, but like didn't say anything about it. Her facial expression was just dramatically changing.
Yeah, actually, the most recent cube, I don't know why I didn't share the story. I actually met somebody who said that she actually rescues dogs, and she eats meat. And I asked her, like, okay, well, what do you value more, like the sensory pleasure or your taste buds for a couple minutes, convenience to find something that gives you the same pleasure, or the life of another animal that doesn't want to die? And she also agreed with everything, but she got a lot of cognitive dissonance, and she was really stressed out. And there's a point of diminishing return where I just didn't want to, like, really, make her, she was starting to become really upset. So I just once I got as far as knowing she was going to look at Dominion or Earthlings, I just kind of stepped back before, because you're not there to make them argue with you. You're not there to make them angry at you. You want them to, we're not here to, there's a phrase where you're not there to shove your beliefs down their throat. We're shoving their own beliefs down their throat, because all we do is just be an arbiter of truth, an arbiter of information that they can just handle. That's what we're here for. We're just that voice. And even if a lot of times you might not think people are talking to you, know this. Everybody sees what's happening when you're doing the cube, and that sticks with them. People go home and they're thinking, oh man, I saw that footage, and they start thinking about next time they have a meal. And all you can do is plant that seed, and it grows over time. Sometimes it takes a month, sometimes it takes a day. Other people, they're only need a little bit more of a push before they decide to make that connection and go vegan. Other people, they're way behind, and you're only going to get so much done in a day. You're not going to see people turn vegan on the spot that often, though, that we have. I was in a Miami chat at the Cube one time. It was a huge one, and I saw a guy. I was like inside the Cube. I was watching TV. He was probably 56, I would guess, and he started crying. He was unconsolable. He couldn't believe what he was seeing. Yeah, and he was like, he spent like an hour or like an hour and a half there speaking to one of the outreachers. Were you there that Cube? It was, yeah, and he's vegan now apparently, so I got one Cube, completely 180 someone's life. Like, imagine if you weren't there, that one person, that adds up. They used to have a tally system, and on the most recent Cuba Trip Day, they got over 12,000 people to make a pledge to say they take veganism seriously. So, that's a measurable response. So, yeah. Again, I'll just say it one more time. Google Anonymous for the Voiceless, find your local chapter, get involved, it's easy, you'll find friends, you'll probably have a nice vegan meal afterwards, you'll make some connections, you'll have so much fun, I promise. And it's very powerful, and you'll know you made a real difference. Yeah. Thanks for your time.
Alright, thanks guys. Evan, you gonna do some more announcing?
Awesome! Okay, so now that we're learned about that, again, we're gonna have one of my outstanding friends, and he is gonna teach you a whole bunch of stuff, and he's gonna talk to you, and then we're gonna do some meditation also. And guess what his name is? I don't know if anyone can guess. You know what the next speaker's name is? Zaizo! Hooray for Zaizo! Now shh! Meditate.
Hello, how's everyone doing once again? Thank you, Evan, for the introduction. My name is Zaizo. I'll be doing just a little talk right now on mindfulness and its connection to veganism. So often the case, we focus a lot on the physical health aspect of veganism, but I wanted to share a little insights, some perspectives into the mental, emotional, energetic, spiritual perspectives of veganism as well. So just to share a little backstory about myself, kind of a snippet of my journey, how I got to this stage. I've been a yoga instructor for a few years. I had a very close uncle who introduced me to yoga, and from there it just took off, became its own thing. Some years ago, I also became familiar with meditation, mindfulness, some of these different practices. I was surrounded by a community at a university campus that encouraged that kind of activity. We fostered that throughout the years. And then I got introduced to VegFest here, and I've been going strong since. So just a little snippet as to what mindfulness is. So it is said that mindfulness can be a moment-to-moment awareness of one's emotions, one's thoughts, one's sensations, etc. And so, often the case with mindfulness, with some of these different alternative practices, there can be misconceptions or preconceived notions with it. It can often be seen as perhaps something spiritually out of alignment with one's own views, faiths, etc. But mindfulness really is secular, so non-religious, not necessarily affiliated with any one discipline, philosophy, way of thinking, etc. So it's something accessible for all people at whatever level, at whatever stage of activity they wish to take with them. And so with mindfulness, essentially, the focus is firstly on the self. And so how one's own emotions, thoughts, sensations, etc. are influencing, are impacting one's own life, and then the lives of others around them, and then that continues to expand. And so, more specifically, in connection to veganism, mindfulness has a few different strong points that we can see in connection and deepening one's own awareness of mindfulness. So, firstly, on the physical side, often the case when transitioning to a vegan diet, to a vegan lifestyle, one will begin to notice tremendous shifts physically, whether one is experiencing less irritable bowel, or whether one is beginning to lose weight, whether one is beginning to increase in energy levels. All these things shifting and connecting, and one begins to notice that to a greater degree. And so that's just one little example of how a vegan diet can be beneficial to increasing one's mindfulness to a greater extent. Another aspect in connection to veganism and to oneself is this notion of introspection. So often, traditionally, normally, food is something that we don't necessarily have to think too much about. So pretty much just eating, whatever, whenever, however, and not thinking or asking too much more deeply into it. And so, for example, when one becomes or is transitioning into veganism or more curious about it, one becomes more aware of labels and ingredients and different things put into food. And so, through that kind of skill of discernment, of investigation, of curiosity, can then transfer into other areas of life as well. One can begin to question, to get a little more curious about not only what is going into the food, but perhaps how are these different things in my life affecting me and to my overall life. Another connection to this, more so on the relational front, is when transitioning vegan, one will be different people's reactions, different people's perspectives, different people's beliefs, and how that is projected to another. So very often the case, at least back in the day, veganism was much more popular now, so there's less backlash, I believe, or as far as I can see, now there was some years ago. But when we begin to notice how essentially one will either have a positive, uplifting, supportive reaction, response to one's decision towards veganism, or the opposite, or belligerent, or just a very standoffish, etc. And it has a few different lessons within it. So whether learning to be compassionate right to the people around us, either for judging our opinions, or for misunderstanding, or for not caring to understand to a greater degree. These are all essentially lessons of compassion that we're given the opportunity to take on, to grow, to evolve into. Another connection to this is forgiveness. Another tremendous lesson. And so likewise, often the case, family members understanding, taking the situation, or close friends, making fun of veganism, doubting their decisions, things like this. There can often be very hurt feelings that arise from one's decision to go vegan by the people close to them. And so with that, forgiveness is a tremendous lesson that arises from said vegan decisions. And furthermore, another connection to this with mindfulness veganism is beginning to essentially overcome one's own challenges, one's own perceived issues and problems, to then be able to zoom out and see the scope of one's connection, affecting influence to everything else. So that is to say, when I become more mindful, when I'm able to manage my own inner troubles, challenges to a greater degree, I then have more mental or physical energy to think about issues that affect others as well. So more specifically, that is to say, if I can worry less about my own troubles, then I have that much more time and energy to worry about the plight of animals, of the environment, of different groups of people who are affected from food scarcity, from social justice issues in general, but more specifically related to veganism. And so these are just some of the key connections in my perspective to veganism and mindfulness, and how mindfulness can increase one's resolve and strength in veganism, and how veganism can influence, affect, and empower one's own mindfulness. And so with this, we'll conclude my little talk, and we'll come back for a meditation in a few moments. Thank you.
Hey, how's it going, buddies? I'm just eating some fruit. Nice, delicious. Why are you eating fruit in the forest? Didn't you know? Fruit is the key. Fruit is the key to healing all disease, solving all the mysteries, and creating all peace. Here, try it out. See for yourself. Get a little scoop of that. Oh my God. Oh.